Teeth Beneath the Truce by Void in Velvet. Chapter 1. The Shape of a Man Who Left. POV. Caspian. The pack boundary smelled like pine resin and frost, and the particular cold that came before dawn, when the dark was at its most committed. Caspian ran anyway. He had been running this route for 5 years. 3 miles north along the ridge, 2 miles east where the tree line broke, and the territory opened into a flat stretch of meadow still brown from winter. Then back through the dense corridor of old growth that marked where the pack's land ended and the human-managed forest began. He knew every root, every rock, every place the ground dipped without warning. His feet found them automatically. His mind was elsewhere. That was the point. Running was the one place where the architecture of who he was now did not require maintenance. No one watched him at 5 in the morning. No one stepped back slightly when he passed, or went careful with their words, or looked at him with a particular expression that meant they were doing the math on who he used to be versus who he was standing in front of them claiming to be. Out here, in the dark, before the pack woke and filled the air with its assessments, he was just a body moving through cold air. He ran harder. The ridge crested, and he paused there, not because he needed to, but because he always paused here at the highest point of his route where the territory spread below him in the pre-dawn gray. The pack lands are not beautiful, exactly, but they were legible. He had learned to read them the way you learn to read anything important, slowly, over time, until the meaning was in your hands rather than just your eyes. He was still learning. You keep running like something's chasing you. Stellan appeared at his left shoulder with the silent ease of someone who had known Caspian's route for years and timed his own morning accordingly. He was wearing a jacket, which meant he had not been running. He had simply walked out to find his brother at the predictable point and stand beside him, which was, Caspian thought, a very Stellan thing to do. "Good morning," Caspian said. "It is. You didn't answer." "I know." Stellan stood with him for a moment, looking out at the territory. He was 2 years older than Caspian and had always seemed older still, in the way of people who processed their difficulties internally and presented a finished product to the world. He was the person Caspian had most wanted to be at various points in his life. He was also the person who knew, better than anyone, how far from that target Caspian had once been. "The elders are meeting today," Stellan said. Fenn called it. "Preliminary review of challenge submissions." "I know. You should be there." "I will be." Stellan was quiet for a moment. The dark was softening at the edges, the eastern sky beginning to emit gray light. Below them, the pack lands were waking slowly, a light appearing in the communal hall, smoke beginning to rise from someone's early fire. "Cass," Stellan said. "I'm Fina." "I didn't ask." Caspian looked at his brother. Stellan's face in the early light was composed, even the face of a man who had organized his interior so thoroughly that you rarely saw anything he had not chosen to show you. It was one of Stellan's gifts and one of his costs. Caspian had never been able to do it. His face, according to multiple people who knew him well, did things he did not intend. "I'm fine," Caspian said again, and heard how it sounded. Stellan did not push. That was another Stellan quality, the knowledge of when to let a thing sit. He would come back to it. He always came back to things, but he would let it breathe first. "Callum is filing a secondary endorsement review," Stellan said instead. "He's trying to have the old enforcement records pulled for the preliminary assessment." There it was, the particular cold that had nothing to do with weather. "He can pull them," Caspian said. "They're already in the record." "I know. I'm telling you because you should hear it from me first." Caspian nodded. Below them, another light appeared in the communal hall. The day was beginning whether he wanted it to or not. He always wanted it, in the end. That was the thing about having chosen to be here, to be this, to do the work of being the person he had decided to become. The wanting was not automatic. It was deliberate, renewed daily. It was work in the truest sense. He was proud of that. He was also some mornings exhausted by it. They stood at the ridge a moment longer. The cold was working its way through his running clothes, his body heat no longer sufficient now that he had stopped moving. He should go. The elder meeting was at 9. He had things to do before then. He turned to go back down the ridge. "Caspian," Stellan said. He stopped. The challenge notice came this morning. Pack formal. It'll be posted at 8. Something in Caspian's chest did a thing he did not have a clean name for. He had been waiting for this. He had built 5 years toward this. The alpha title was not ambition for its own sake. It was a closing argument, the final piece of proof that the transformation was complete, recognized, real. He needed it to be real. Who submitted the claim? He asked. Stellan was quiet for one beat too long. Stellan. The submission came in last night. Stellan's voice was careful, measured in the specific way it got when he was carrying something. The challenger has a right to formal announcement at 8. But you're my brother, and I thought you should have a moment before. Who? The dawn was coming in earnest now. Pale light breaking over the eastern ridge and spilling down into the valley. Stellan's face was fully visible. He looked, Caspian thought, like a man who loved his brother very much and had bad news about something he could not fix. R. Calloway, Stellan said. The claim is signed, R. Calloway. The light kept coming. The packlands woke below them. A bird started somewhere in the old-growth forest. Caspian said nothing. He ran. Chapter 2. Everyone in this room is a problem. POV, Remy. The outer territory of the pack was a 40-minute drive from the nearest city and had the particular quality of places that knew they were being evaluated. Old buildings with new roofing. Communal spaces that suggested tradition while quietly suggesting they were also watching to see how you responded to tradition. A car park with gravel that had been recently raked. Remy noted all of it before he got out of the car. You're doing it again, Sable said from the passenger seat. I haven't done anything yet. The looking, the cataloging. She pulled down the sun visor and checked her reflection with the brisk efficiency of someone who already knew what she'd find. You're mapping the territory before you've even opened the door. Situational awareness is not a character flaw. I didn't say it was. I said you were doing it. Sable closed the visor and looked at him directly. She had a way of doing this, of arranging her attention into something with enough weight that you felt it. Remy had found it invaluable over the years, and occasionally unbearable, and often both simultaneously. We're here 3 days early, by the way. The preliminary elder meetings are tomorrow. I need the lay of the land before then. The lay of the land, she repeated pleasantly. Is that what you're calling it? Remy got out of the car. The gravel crunched under his feet with the sound of things that had been deliberately placed. He straightened his jacket, not because it needed straightening, but because the motion was useful, something to do with his hands while he took in the space properly. The outer territory common area had been built with the kind of careful casualness that was actually more deliberate than formality. Groups of people who were not quite meeting yet, but were definitely tracking each other. Conversations that looked idle and weren't. He counted 11 people before he reached the entrance. Assessed relative pack status by posture, by who was giving space and who was taking it. Noted 3 distinct political clusters and 1 person standing alone near the far wall who was either disaffected or waiting for someone important. He decided he was staying. You haven't decided about Caspian yet. He heard it behind him as Sable caught up, her voice carrying the specific quality it had when she was making a point that she intended to be denied and then returned to later at greater length. I've decided everything relevant about Caspian, Remy said. He kept his voice easy, unhurried. He was using his working register, the one that conveyed pleasant authority without requiring anyone to be explicitly managed. It worked on most people. Sable was immune. You've decided about the Alpha Challenge. You've decided about the Calloway positioning. You've decided about Idris Finn and the Elder Block and the secondary factions. She paused. You haven't decided about Caspian. Those are the same decision. Remy. He stopped walking. They were just inside the entrance now, which gave him a full view of the common space. He used the moment to let the rune come to him rather than going to it. This was a technique that looked like stillness, but was actually another kind of motion. People read stillness as confidence, and confidence was the currency that got you the table you wanted before you had to ask for it. The room settled into legibility. Names attached themselves to faces he had researched. The elder block in the far corner. Idris Finn not present yet, but represented by the woman beside him who had sat on 3 of Finn's committees and would relay everything back with surgical accuracy. The enforcer class, recognizable by how they occupied space, two of them at the table nearest the door, neither of them Callum Asher yet, which meant Callum was either late or making an entrance. And then, without intending to, without it being part of any assessment, his gaze moved to the group near the north window. Caspian had his back to him. That was the thing. He had his back to him, and Remy recognized the set of those shoulders the way you recognize something you had once known by touch. Broader than 5 years ago, the same quality of stillness in the body, the same way the neck tilted slightly when he was listening. The man beside him was taller, lighter-haired, familiar from photographs. Caspian Voss, the older brother, speaking with the even cadence of someone delivering information. Caspian did not turn around. Remy looked away first. "The challenge is a vehicle," he said to Sable, to himself, to the argument that had been running in his head since he filed the claim. The Calloway name needs this. Vesper's position depends on the bloodline being considered a serious political force again, and it cannot be that without a public demonstration that we are willing to contend. I am not here to win, necessarily. I am here to compete in a way that restores standing. I know, Sable said. She did not say, and. Caspian is a factor because he is the strongest contender for the title. Any positioning I do needs to account for him. It does not need to be personal. I know, Sable said again. The fact that I knew him 5 years ago is... Remy. Her voice was gentle, which was its most dangerous register. I know everything you're about to say. I've heard you practice it. You're very good at it. She glanced toward the north window, briefly, then back. He still hasn't looked at you. The phrasing was precise enough to hurt in a specific place he had been careful not to examine. Good, Remy said. Is it? He did not answer. He moved into the room instead, and the room received him the way rooms generally did, with a slight redistribution of attention, a subtle recalibration. He was good at this. He had always been good at this. He wore the warmth of the Calloway name like a second coat, accessible without being overwhelming, present without being demanding, the kind of person whose name you remembered even though you could not quite recall what he had actually said to you. He spoke to 6 people in the first 15 minutes. He remembered details he should not have been able to retain about 3 of them. He placed himself in 2 separate conversations and extracted one piece of useful information from each without appearing to be fishing for either. He was, as Sable had once told him in a tone of voice that contained equal parts admiration and concern, extraordinarily good at this. He did not look toward the north window again. He thought about the shoulders he had recognized from across the room, about the way a body's posture could carry 5 years of absence like additional mass. And he did not look toward the north window. He could not tell whether Caspian had turned around. That was by some distance the worst part. The message from Vesper came at noon, which meant it had been sent at 10 and held for 2 hours, which is a thing Vesper did when they wanted the response to feel considered rather than reactive. Remy read it in the car park, alone, because he had learned a long time ago not to let his face do the things it did when a Vesper Calloway communication arrived. The preliminary assessment is tomorrow. I trust you have positioned appropriately. The Calloway claim requires a showing of strength, not simply presence. Remember that we are reclaiming standing, not requesting it. Weakness at the gate undoes whatever follows. I know you understand this. You always have. The family is watching, Remy. Do us proud. It was warm. It was addressed to the general situation, not to him specifically, the way you might write a brief and encouraging notice to someone about to do a thing for the institution rather than a letter to a person you had raised. He read it twice. He put it away. Sable was waiting by the car. She looked at his face and, with the particular grace of someone who had chosen not to say certain things, said nothing. The plan is solid, Remy said. I know. The preliminary assessment tomorrow is a formality. I've reviewed Finn's previous rulings on bloodline claim submissions. The Calloway record is clean enough. We have standing. I know. After the formal challenge is confirmed, I'll need to identify the right overture for Voss. He was aware, as he said it, that he had shifted from Caspian to Voss, the way you shifted from a person's name to their functional identity when you needed them to be a variable rather than a person. He was aware Sable had noticed. The alliance structure I'm considering would benefit both claims during the early challenge phases. Political consolidation. Mutual presentation of strength. Sable said. What? Nothing. It's a good plan. Then why the MM? She opened the passenger door. Because it is a good plan, she said, settling in. And because you've been planning it for 3 weeks, and this is the first time I've heard you say Voss instead of his name. Remy got into the driver's seat. He did not respond to this. He thought about the north window. He started the car. Chapter 3. Everything he built without me. POV. Caspian. The elder meeting at 9 had a quality of theater that Caspian had learned to navigate the way you navigated a room with furniture you could not see. Carefully, by feel, never assuming the thing you could not see was not there. Idris Finn ran the preliminary assessment with the unhurried competence of a man who had attended enough of these to have stopped finding them significant. He was 58 years old, with the weathered stillness of old blood pack families who had survived multiple alphas by making themselves useful to each one without becoming identified with any. His eyes were light gray and cataloged things continuously, the way eyes did when the brain behind them was always running a secondary assessment beneath whatever conversation was happening on the surface. He looked at Caspian the way a librarian looked at a book with a complicated lending history. Not unkind, not warm, precise. The Voss claim has been reviewed and accepted for formal challenge proceedings, Finn said, without looking up from the document on the table. The review board notes the submitter's record of community contribution over the preceding 5-year period, as well as the submitter's prior service under the previous Alpha's administration. Prior service. There it was. Not accusation, just a notation, careful and passive, that placed the record in the room without requiring anyone to do anything with it. Caspian did not react. He had practice. Noted, he said. Finn looked up. His assessment lasted exactly as long as it needed to. The Calloway claim has also been formally accepted. The board will require a preliminary positioning meeting between all confirmed challengers no later than 2 days before the blood moon. He paused. Do you have any preliminary concerns to register about the Calloway submission? None. Finn's gray eyes did something that was not quite a smile. Good. That will be all, Caspian. He used the first name the way he used all his tools, precisely with awareness of its effect. The first name was an intimacy that was actually a reduction, a reminder of hierarchy. Caspian was young, relatively, and unproven at this level, and Finn's use of his given name carried the institutional memory of a man who had known him when he was 19 and doing things he could not undo. He left the meeting room and walked the pack's main corridor with the steady, unhurried gait he had developed over years of being aware that how he moved was observed. He did not rush. He kept his shoulders even. He nodded at 2 pack members who passed him, and both of them nodded back, and neither of them stepped aside. Progress was slow and looked like nothing and mattered enormously. Performing well for the audience. Callum Asher was leaning against the wall near the corridor's end, arms crossed, with a particular quality of presence that filled space the way something heavy filled it. Less about the physical mass and more about the gravitational suggestion. He was 31, pack-born, enforcer class since he was 22, and he had known Caspian since before either of them was someone worth knowing. That was the problem with Callum, in the end. He remembered everything. Callum, Caspian said pleasantly. You looked relaxed in there. Very steady, very controlled. Callum's voice was not raised. It never was. He had the economy of someone who had decided long ago that volume was unnecessary when accuracy was sufficient. The elders appreciated it, I think. Finn does like a man who knows how to hold himself together when someone's reading the record aloud. Was there something you needed? Caspian asked. Just conversation. A pause timed. The Calloway submission is interesting. Is it? A second contender complicates your presentation of consensus strength. The elder block has always favored challenges that look clean. Another pause. Or they used to, back when the alpha line was less disputed. This was the work. This specific thing, right here, was the work, standing in front of the shape of who he used to be, reflected back at him through someone who had chosen to remain that shape. and not becoming it again. Not losing the stillness. Not letting the old architecture reassert itself. The 19-year-old who had learned to solve problems by making them afraid of him. "I appreciate the commentary," Caspian said, and walked past him. He heard Callum's soft exhale behind him. Not quite a laugh, the sound of someone filing a note. He kept walking. Stellan was in the East Common Space when Caspian found him, which meant Stellan had positioned himself where Caspian was likely to come after the Elder meeting, which was another Stellan quality. He anticipated rather than pursued, the way people did when they had been watching someone long enough to know their patterns. Caspian sat down across from him. "How was Finn?" Stellan asked. Finn was Finn. The prior service notation. In the record. As expected, Caspian poured coffee from the pot on the table, mostly to have something to do with his hands. "I handled it." "I know you handled it." I asked how it went. Caspian drank his coffee. It was too hot. He did this every time, which suggested something about his relationship to discomfort that he preferred not to examine too closely. "It went fine," he said. "It will always go fine. The record is what it is. What I do with it is different." Stellan nodded. He was quiet for a moment, which was not the same as having nothing to say. "Callum. Brief." What did he say? The usual structuring. Consensus weakness, disputed alpha line. Implied that the Calloway submission is a problem for me. Caspian set down his cup. He's not wrong about the political texture. Two contenders of standing changes the shape of the preliminary assessment. But it is not the disaster he wants it to be. Stellan turned his coffee cup in his hands, a small circular motion, almost meditative. Caspian watched it without meaning to. He had spent enough time with his brother to know that the cup rotation meant Stellan was managing something that he had not yet decided whether to share. "What?" Caspian said. "Nothing." "Stellan." "A beat." Stellan looked up from his cup. His face was doing the composed thing, the finished product thing, but there was something underneath it that Caspian could not fully read. He filed it, the way he had been filing things about his brother for the last 2 days, without urgency, without alarm, but with the awareness that a collection of small things could eventually become shape. "He's here," Stellan said. Not qualified, not explained, just that. Caspian did not ask who. He knew the he that needed no qualification. "I know," he said. "The preliminary positioning meeting is in 2 days." "I know." Stellan's cup rotated again. Stopped. He set it down. "Gah. I'm fine." "That is the second time this morning you've said that in response to nothing I asked." "I'm fine," Caspian said, and this time it almost came out dry enough to be funny, and Stellan's mouth curved briefly before they both let it go. The East Common Space had filled slowly around them. Pack members moving through on morning routines, a low hum of conversation, the smell of coffee and food, and people who knew each other well enough to exist in the same space without requiring attention. This was what he had built toward. This specific thing. A place in a pack that received him without wariness, that did not fall quiet when he entered, that let him sit in an East Common Space and drink coffee with his brother like someone who belonged. It was not everything. It was real. Across the room, by the door to the corridor, someone entered that Caspian did not know well and had been not looking for since dawn. He knew, in his peripheral vision, without turning, the way you knew certain things that your body cataloged before your mind admitted to it. He kept his eyes on his coffee cup. "He's talking to Marin," Stellan said quietly. "I know. He's very good at that." "I know," Caspian said. "He always was." Stellan was quiet for a moment. Then, "Are you going to look?" Caspian looked. Across the room, Remy Calloway was in conversation with Marin, one of the pack's junior members, with the quality of attention that made whoever you were talking to feel like the most interesting person in the room. He was turned slightly away, so what Caspian got was the profile. The dark auburn hair that looked black from here, the elegant economy of the way he held himself, the small silver scar at the corner of his mouth that caught the light when he angled toward Marin and said something that made her laugh. He looked exactly the same. He looked completely different. He looked like 5 years, rendered as a person. Then, with the precision of someone who had been aware of being watched before the watching started, Remy turned. Their eyes met across the full length of the room. Remy smiled. Not warmly, not coldly. It was the smile of a man in the middle of a performance, receiving an audience he had been expecting, extending toward Caspian the same pleasant social attention he had just given to Marin. It was flawless. It gave nothing. 5 years, Caspian thought, and you still make it look like nothing. He looked away first. The coffee had gone cold. He drank it anyway. The formal introduction came at 11, which was precisely when Idris Finn had said it would, because Finn was not the kind of man who let things happen without managing their timing. The 2 challengers and the presiding elder. A handshake, pack protocol. Eye contact maintained for the prescribed duration. Finn present as institutional witness, his gray eyes recording everything. Remy extended his hand. His expression was warm, engaged, the specific warmth of someone who had decided on a performance and committed to it completely. The silver scar caught the light. Caspian took his hand. The grip was the same. That was the thing that undid 3 hours of careful equanimity. The grip was exactly the same, the specific pressure of it, and for half a second the 5 years compressed into nothing, and he was looking at a face he had known before he was this version of himself, before he had done the work, before any of it. Caspian, Remy said pleasantly. Remy, Caspian said. Finn made a notation in his folder. They let go. Caspian's jaw was doing the thing it did, the tight muscle pull that he could not always stop. He felt it, noted it, let it do its work. He kept his face even. 5 years, he thought. And you came back and you walked into my territory and you smiled like that. He was not fine. He was working on it. Chapter 4. The offer on the table. POV, Remy. He found Caspian at the east boundary fence at dusk, which was where Remy had expected him to be, because Remy had spent 2 days reading the pack's spatial patterns and the people in it, and Caspian Voss moved through this territory with the consistency of someone who had made deliberate habits out of his autonomy. East boundary at dusk. Pack boundary at dawn. The communal hall at mealtimes, but never the first seating. A man with a routine was a man with a map. Remy used the map. Caspian heard him coming and did not turn around. He was leaning against the fence post at the boundary marker, looking east over the stretch of territory that buffered the pack land from the Forest Service Road, his hands in his jacket pockets. He had the quality of stillness that Remy had been trying all day not to think about, the kind that came from a body that had learned to hold itself in reserve, that knew the difference between waiting and preparing. You're going to tell me you found this spot by accident, Caspian said. I'm going to tell you nothing of the kind. Caspian turned then. The late light was low and amber, which did something to his eyes that Remy cataloged and then set aside because cataloging it was not useful. Dark amber, almost bronze. They had always been slightly unnerving when they were focused on you, and they were focused on him now, and the 5 years had apparently done nothing to reduce the effect. What do you want, Remy? The use of his name, with that particular lack of inflection, was a thing he had forgotten. Caspian said names the way he said everything, with the specific weight of someone who meant exactly what they said, no more and no less. It was its own kind of precision, different from Remy's, but equally exact. Remy considered the fence post beside Caspian and leaned against it. Not too close, but close enough to be deliberate. He put his hands in his own pockets and looked out at the East Territory, giving Caspian the same view he was looking at, the casual posture of someone having a simple conversation. An alliance, he said. Silence for 3 seconds. Then go on. The Blood Moon Challenge is political before it is physical. Finn and the Elder Block are assessing not just strength but stability, consistency, the appearance of a pack that can consolidate around a clear successor rather than fragment across competing claims. He kept his voice the same register, unhurried, laying out a proposal the way you laid out a proposal. Facts first, terms second, benefits third. You have 5 years of visible community work, legitimate standing, and a strong individual claim. What you lack is a demonstration that the pack's political factions can cohere around you. And you provide that. The Calloway bloodline has elder ties, city-adjacent networks, and a legacy standing that predates the old Alpha's administration by 2 generations. He paused, and I'm exceptionally good in a room. A short silence. Caspian was looking at him now from the side, without turning his head fully, the same peripheral attention he had been receiving all day. What's the structure? This was the thing about Caspian. He moved to logistics quickly, which meant he had already run the political assessment and reached the same conclusion Remy had, that they would be stronger together during the preliminary phases than separately. That the elder bloc responded to apparent unity. That the challenge had layers, and the first layer was impressionistic. It also meant he was interested. Remy pulled the folded paper from his inside pocket and held it out. Not extended fully, not pressured, just available. Preliminary alliance. Mutual presentation for the next 2 weeks of political proceedings. We share intelligence on the elder bloc's preferences, present joint recommendations on the 2 procedural votes before the blood moon, and appear at each other's side for the formal faction meetings. Caspian took the paper. He unfolded it with the care of someone who read things completely before responding to them and was not embarrassed about taking the time. Remy waited. The low light made everything gold-edged. The fence line ran east until it disappeared into the dimming distance. Behind them, the pack's main complex had gone to its evening routines, sounds carrying in the cold air. Someone's conversation, the communal hall settling, a door. When it's over, Caspian said. He was still reading. The alliance dissolves cleanly before the formal challenge phase. The Blood Moon challenge proceeds with each claimant standing independently. And if I win? Remy looked at him. Then the Calloway bloodline has demonstrated its willingness to operate in good faith with the new alpha, which is worth more politically than a challenge win would have been. And if you win, then the Voss record of community contribution over the past 5 years becomes a political asset for the new alpha's administration rather than a complication. Caspian refolded the paper. He tapped it once against his palm, a thinking motion, and looked back out at the East Territory. You've thought about this. I think about everything. I know. The words landed flatly. Not hostile, just factual, which in its own way was worse than hostile, because fact had no target. Remy had been aware, since the handshake this morning, that Caspian was doing something more complicated than performing equanimity. He was maintaining something, holding a shape with the deliberate effort of someone who had built it and was not going to let it be undone by proximity. Remy recognized the effort. He recognized it because he was doing the same thing. You want to use me, Caspian said. I want to use the situation. You happen to be in it. Another silence. Longer this time. The light was dropping. And when it's over, Caspian said. The question was structurally identical to his own previous questions, the same logical framework. Terms, benefits, exit. But the register had shifted. Just slightly. Just enough. Remy looked out at the East Territory. The honest answer was that he had not thought about when it was over in the way he had thought about all the other parameters. He had mapped the alliance's usefulness across every phase of the challenge, had projected forward through the political proceedings, the formal challenge, the blood moon itself. He had accounted for Finn's procedural preferences and Callum Asher's likely interference and Vesper's expectations and Sable's assessments. He had not, with any care, projected past the moment the challenge ended and the question of staying or leaving was no longer determined by strategy. He was aware of this gap. He had been aware of it since filing the claim. The alliance terms cover everything relevant, Remy said. He heard how it sounded. He knew that Caspian would hear how it sounded, because Caspian was watching him with the focused precision of someone who had learned not to underestimate silences. That's not an answer, Caspian said. It's the answer that's available right now. 3 seconds, 4 or 5. All right, Caspian said. Remy looked at him. Caspian was folding the paper again, more precisely this time, the motion of someone storing a thing they intended to keep. His expression was settled, decided, the look of a man who had agreed to something while being perfectly aware of what he was not saying about why. You agree, Remy said. I agree to the terms as stated. Caspian tucked the paper into his jacket. The preliminary alliance. Political proceedings. Joint presentation for the faction meetings. He turned to look at Remy fully, and the amber eyes in the last of the light were exactly what they had always been, unnerving in their steadiness, in their refusal to look at anything other than what was actually there. And if anything changes, I expect you to tell me directly. Likewise, Remy said. Caspian nodded once. He pushed off the fence post and turned to go back toward the main complex. And Remy stayed at the fence because moving at the same moment would have been its own kind of statement. He watched Caspian walk back through the dimming light, across the east territory, the same gait he had always had, unhurried, deliberate, the weight of him distributed evenly as though he had made peace with taking up space and was not going to apologize for it. Remy looked out at the fence line until he heard the main complex door close. Then he stood at the boundary alone, in the cold, with the paper in Caspian's pocket and the silence in the east, and the specific awareness that the gap in his projections was not, in fact, an oversight. It was a door. He had left it open deliberately, which was not something he typically did, and he was going to need to decide what to do about that before it became something he had to manage. The night came in. He went inside. Chapter 5. The Argument for Leaving Well Enough Alone. POV. Caspian. He told Stellan in the morning. Not immediately in the morning. He ran first, the ridge and back, the cold working against his face in the particular way it did when the weather had decided to be honest about itself. He ran the full route without stopping. He thought, as he ran, about the paper folded in yesterday's jacket, about the specific quality of silence that was not a lack of something, but the presence of something being held back. He had agreed to the alliance because the political logic was sound. He had checked it against his own assessments 3 separate times. The preliminary proceedings favored consolidation. The elder bloc responded to demonstrated unity. The Calloway bloodlines standing complemented the gaps in his own political infrastructure. The terms were clean. The exit was clean. He had also agreed because he needed Remy close enough to finally understand, and he was not going to examine that too carefully at 5 in the morning while running 3 miles north along a ridge. Stellan was in the east common space again. He had coffee already poured. He pushed a second cup across the table when Caspian sat down. The alliance, Caspian said. Tell me. He laid it out. The terms, the structure, the political logic. Stellan listened with the still attention of someone running calculations beneath what was being said, his cup held in both hands, his face doing nothing it had not decided to do. When Caspian finished, Stellan was quiet for a moment. The logic is sound, he said. I know. Finn will view unified front as political maturity. The secondary faction leaders are watching for someone who can form coalitions, not just dominate. He paused. It's a good move. I know, but... Caspian looked at him. You didn't tell me about this because you wanted strategic validation, Stellan said. Not unkind. Just direct, the way Stellan was direct about things that mattered. You told me because you made a decision that you know is not only about strategy, and you want to say that out loud to someone before you go too deep into it alone. The morning light came through the east windows and lay in bands across the table. The common space was quiet at this hour, most of the pack not yet arrived. Somewhere a door, someone starting the day. He agreed faster than he should have, Caspian said. Stellan's cup rotated once. The terms benefited him more than me in the short term, Caspian continued. His bloodline's standing is the thing that needed repairing, and the alliance does that by association. My individual claim was already solid. The elder block assessment was already moving in my favor before he arrived. He turned his cup. He had more reason to press the terms harder. He didn't. What do you make of that? I don't know yet. This was true and not quite complete, and Stellan knew the difference. He did not push, but he looked at Caspian for a moment with the particular attention of a person who loved someone and was weighing what to say against what not to say. Be sure you know what you're walking into, Stellan said finally. That's not a warning about strategy. No. Then what is it? Stellan set down his cup. He looked at his hands, briefly, and then at his brother. You built 5 years towards something specific. The Alpha Challenge is the proof. That's real. What you've done is real, and I'm not the only one who sees it. A pause. Don't let proximity to him become the thing that costs you what you built. Not because I think you can't handle it. Because I think you've been handling things alone for a long time, and some things are not about handling. Caspian was quiet for a moment. I'm not trying to get him back, he said. Stellan held his gaze. I need to know why he left, Caspian said. That's different. That is a thing I have not known for 5 years, and it has been in the architecture of everything I've built that not knowing. It's in the walls. He pressed his thumb against the table edge, a minor pressure. If I can be in the same space as him for 3 weeks without falling apart and get an answer, then I can close it. Then it's done. Stellan nodded slowly. His expression was careful. He looked, Caspian thought, not quite the way he had looked yesterday, not quite the way he usually looked when he was being Caspian's brother in the most straightforward sense. There was something present underneath the composure that he was managing, which was itself unusual because Stellan rarely needed to manage his face. What? Caspian said. Nothing. Too quick, slightly. The strategy is sound. I'll support the alliance publicly if it helps the coalition presentation. You don't have to. I want to. Firm. The kind of firm that closed the topic. Caspian let it close. He stored the thing he had seen underneath Stellan's composure the same way he stored all the other small pieces, without urgency, aware that a collection of small pieces sometimes became a shape you hadn't expected. He finished his coffee. He was going to be fine. He was going to go into the political proceedings with Remy Calloway beside him, and he was going to perform coalition and ease in the appearance of 2 men who had a clean professional arrangement, and he was going to do it well, because he had been performing complicated things for 5 years, and he did not fall apart in public. He was going to be fine. He ran the pack boundary route again that afternoon, alone, the second time that day, which was one time more than his habit. He told himself it was training. He was at the pack boundary at the end of the afternoon run when he let himself stand still and actually think about it. The boundary marker post. The same fence line, east. The same late-day cold. Yesterday's conversation sitting in him like something with specific weight. 5 years ago, the last time he had seen Remy Calloway, it had been spring. Not here, not in pack territory. A city apartment, neutral ground, one of those meetings that was already the end of something, but that neither of them had said that about yet. Remy had been there, and then, without process, without argument, without the kind of rupture that would have been easier to carry, he had not been. No explanation. No message that explained anything. A particular absence that had a shape to it, a deliberate quality, the kind of leaving that was chosen rather than happened to. Caspian had been wrecked for months. He had been angry for longer. He had then, slowly and with the particular stubbornness of someone who refused to be undone by anything they did not choose, built the version of himself that stood at this fence now. He was proud of who he was. He was not performing that pride. It was real. What was also real was the paper in yesterday's jacket, and the silence when he had asked about what came after, and the quality of that silence, which was not the silence of something absent. He was going to need to be careful. He turned and ran home. Chapter 6. The scheme has a flaw, and her name is Sable. POV, Remy. The plan, laid out across the small table in Remy's temporary quarters the morning after the alliance was formed, looked exactly as clean as it was supposed to look. Sable sat across from him with her tea and her particular quality of attention, which was the quality of someone who had made a private science of the gap between what people said and what they meant. She listened to the whole thing without interrupting, which she did when she intended to say something pointed at the end and wanted to be sure she had earned it first. The preliminary faction meetings start Thursday, Remy said. I've identified 3 secondary leaders whose positions are fluid enough to be moved by a joint presentation. Finn's committee will be watching those meetings for signs of consolidation. If we can show the Voss-Calloway alliance as a stabilizing influence on the pre-challenge political landscape, the Elder Block's preliminary report shifts in both our favors. Both, Sable said. In terms of the PAC's willingness to view either potential alpha as capable of coalition building, yes. And after the challenge? After the challenge, the alliance dissolves cleanly, and... Remy. He stopped. Sable set down her tea. She had a way of doing this that indicated she was shifting from listening to speaking, from receiving to transmitting, and that the transmission was going to be something he could not dismiss without at least pretending to consider it. He had known her for 4 years, and the tell had not changed once. You left him 5 years ago without a word, she said. The room had the ordinary sounds of a morning. Something outside. A bird. The low murmur of the pack complex beginning its day. None of it changed. All of it was slightly further away. I had reasons, Remy said. I know you had reasons. She was not pressing. She was doing the thing she did that was somehow worse than pressing, which was simply staying with a thing until it was fully present in the room. Does he? Remy looked at the plan on the table. The paper was clean, organized, the structure of it logical and sound. He had written it at 2 in the morning after the conversation at the east fence, which was not a thing he was going to share with Sable, because she would do something specific with her face. The reasons were real, he said. I didn't say they weren't. They were sufficient. Sufficient, she repeated pleasantly. The pleasantness was its own kind of weather. He stood and moved to the window. The packed complex in the early morning had the particular quality of places that were organized around collective rhythms. People moving toward common purposes, the day distributing itself. He watched it without really watching it. The reasons 5 years ago had been sufficient. The threat had been real. The records had confirmed it. Months later, after he had already constructed the leaving into something manageable. Harkin's administration had flagged pack members for exactly the kind of proximity Remy had been standing in. Leaving had been the logical choice. It had protected Caspian from having someone at his side who would have been used against him. He had not told Caspian this. He had not told Caspian anything, which was its own answer to the question of whether the leaving had been purely protective or whether it had also been, in some part he did not examine cleanly, the thing that fear did when it dressed itself in the costume of reason. The alliance is structured to benefit both claims, he said. The political context is real. The Calloway standing needs this. Vesper's position in the Elder Network depends on the bloodline being considered a serious force, and that cannot happen without a public demonstration of our willingness to contend. He turned from the window. It is not a scheme to be near him. No, Sable said, but it's also not that. Sable. Remy. He looked at her. She looked back, and her expression had the quality it had when she was being specifically honest, which was different from her general honesty in that it was aimed. She aimed it at the people she cared about most. He had told her once that this was a terrible quality in a confidant, and she had said, I know, and continued doing it. You filed a claim, she said. You researched the challenge structure, the elder block composition, the political landscape. You identified Caspian Voss as the primary contender. You mapped an alliance strategy that required extended proximity to him specifically. A pause. You did all of that before you told me the plan. The planning process is private. You told me about the Fen Committee research the day you started it. You told me about the faction mapping 2 days in. You didn't tell me about the Caspian piece until you had the full structure in place. Her voice was not accusatory. It was gentle in the way of someone stating something they had been sitting with for some time. You built a container first, something that made it look like strategy, and then you told me. The bird outside said something to another bird and got no answer. The strategy is real, Remy said. I believe you. She picked up her tea. The question is whether the strategy is all of it. He did not answer this. Not because he did not have an answer, but because the answer was not something he was ready to say out loud in a morning room with the plan on the table and the packed complex visible through the window and the specific awareness that Caspian Voss was somewhere in this complex right now, running his morning route, holding a shape with deliberate effort. The message from Vesper had arrived at 10 the morning before. He had read it twice and put it away. He could still reconstruct it word for word, which was the particular curse of a memory like his. Nothing left him. Everything stayed, filed with precise accuracy whether he wanted it or not. The family is watching, Remy. Do us proud. The family. Not Vesper. The family. There's a message from Vesper, he said, pressing on the timeline. The preliminary positioning is tomorrow, and she wants a report on the Elder Block's likely posture toward the Calloway claim. Sable looked at him over her tea. And I'll send a report. Will it be accurate? It will be accurate about the Elder Block. He paused. It will be professionally optimistic about the challenge's likely outcome. Professionally optimistic, she said. That's a new one. He looked at the table. The plan. The clean structure of it. The logical arrangement of pieces across a board he had set up with great care. Each piece in the correct position. Each variable accounted for. He thought about the east fence and the amber light. About the way Caspian had said, and when it's over with a register shift that had nothing to do with the alliance's terms. About the gap in his own projections, The door he had deliberately left open. The specific architecture of an omission. What if the plan works perfectly? He said, mostly to himself. Mostly to the plan on the table. Sable waited. He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. She had been listening to him long enough to hear the things that lived at the end of sentences he stopped before completing. I know, she said, quietly, without any of the pleasantness. He went to sleep that night with the plans still on the table, the window dark, the pack complex settled and quiet. He did not update the projections. He almost did. He decided not to. Chapter 7. Temporary Arrangements and Other Lies. POV. Caspian. The first faction meeting was on Thursday, which gave them 2 days to rehearse something that neither of them called a rehearsal. They met on Tuesday in the small strategy room adjacent to the Elder Hall, which Remy had booked with the efficient preemptiveness of someone who understood that having the right room before you needed it was itself a form of positioning. The room had a long table, 6 chairs, and a window that looked out at the North Meadow. Remy had already been there for some time when Caspian arrived. There were papers arranged on the table, nothing accidental about their arrangement. Tuesday, Caspian said. The Harwick faction meets Thursday. They're one of the 3 secondary groups whose positions are movable before the blood moon. Remy did not look up from the papers. He was standing at the table, not sitting, the posture of someone who thought on their feet and had given up pretending otherwise. Harwick himself is pragmatic. He'll align with whichever challenger presents as the most politically stable. What he needs to see is that the Voss-Calloway alliance is a considered arrangement, not an expedient one. And the difference? Considered means we've had real conversations. Expedient means we met at a fence 2 days ago and shook hands on a term sheet. He looked up. So we're having real conversations. Caspian pulled out a chair and sat down. He did not mirror Remy's standing posture, which would have been its own kind of performance. He was here. He was paying attention. He did not need to do it dramatically. What do you know about Harwick's specific concerns? Caspian said. The conversation that followed was, in its practical texture, completely unremarkable. Political briefing, faction history, preference mapping. Remy knew things in the specific way of someone who had researched thoroughly and retained everything. Caspian knew things in the specific way of someone who had been living in this territory for 5 years and understood how its people moved. The 2 kinds of knowledge fit together with an efficiency that was, in itself, a little unsettling. This was the thing about working with Remy. He was extraordinary at it. He had always been extraordinary at it. Watching him think through a political problem was like watching something purpose-built perform its function, the specific pleasure of a thing doing exactly what it was designed for. The register shifts as he outlined different approaches. The way he modeled Harwick's likely responses as he spoke them through, the precise economy of what he chose to say and what he left unsaid. Caspian had spent 5 years trying not to think about this particular quality. Being in the same room with it again was its own kind of problem. They worked for 2 hours. By the end, they had a framework for Thursday's meeting, a distribution of speaking responsibilities, and a clear-eyed assessment of where the Harwick faction's interests aligned with the alliance and where they would require management. The other 2 faction leaders, Caspian said, as Remy gathered his papers. Helen and Oris. We'll need to cover them this week as well. Remy aligned the papers against the table edge. I'll prepare briefs. I can contribute to the Oris brief. I've worked with 2 of her direct reports. Remy looked at him for a moment, not assessing exactly, something that was adjacent to assessing, but had a different quality. All right. Caspian nodded and stood. He was pulling on his jacket when Remy said, without particular emphasis, "You don't take notes." He stopped. "You haven't written anything down in 2 hours. Not critical. Observational. You're keeping all of it in your head." "I retain things." "I know." A short pause. "I remember that." The room was quiet for a moment. Outside the window, the North Meadow had gone to the long horizontal light of mid-afternoon. Remy said it the way he said things that were not part of any current performance. Plainly, without decoration, with the flat accuracy of something that was simply true. He remembered. He had filed it somewhere in the 5 years, in whatever space Caspian Voss had occupied in the architecture of his projections, and he had not let it go. Caspian was aware, with very specific precision, of what it cost him not to make something of that. "Same time tomorrow," he said instead. "Yes," Remy said. He left the strategy room and walked the corridor with the steady, unhurried gait he had learned to inhabit, and he did not let his face do the thing it was trying to do until he was outside, and the cold air met him, and there was no one nearby to read it. He thought. He remembered. He thought, stop it. He ran the boundary route an hour later and came back steadier. Progress was slow and looked like nothing and mattered enormously. He kept telling himself that. The Thursday faction meeting was in the evening, in the communal hall's formal wing, which had the specific gravity of spaces that had been used for significant things long enough that significance had seeped into the walls. The Harwick faction occupied one end of the long table. 7 members, ages ranging from mid-30s to late 60s, a mix of old blood pack families, and 2 members whose tenure was newer and who were watching the older members' faces for cues. Caspian and Remy arrived together, which was itself the first statement. Watching Remy work a room was, Caspian had always thought, instructive in the specific way that watching anything do its work very well was instructive. He arrived calibrated already, pitched to the precise register the room required. Not warm enough to seem like he was trying, not formal enough to create distance, the exact frequency at which the Harwick faction felt they were being spoken to rather than spoken at. He knew Harwick's name and used it once at the beginning and not again, because once established a name became a tool, and overuse blunted it. He remembered something about Harwick's involvement in the previous alpha transition and referenced it obliquely, just enough to demonstrate that he had done the reading. Caspian watched Harwick's face shift from cautious to engaged over the course of 4 minutes. He was doing his own work. The weight and steadiness that his presence provided in a room, the specific authority of someone who had built 5 years of visible commitment to the pack's actual well-being rather than its political landscape. Where Remy provided sophistication, Caspian provided substance. The two things together produced, in Harwick's face and the faces of his faction members, the particular expression that meant they were updating their assessments. It was working. The meeting ran 90 minutes. By the end, Harwick's position had shifted from watchful neutrality to provisional alignment, which was as much as could reasonably be expected from a first meeting with the political operator of his experience. He shook both their hands at the close, holding Caspian's slightly longer, which was a signal. Walking back through the communal hall, Caspian said he liked the infrastructure commentary. He would. Remy was beside him, not quite shoulder to shoulder, the comfortable proximity of 2 people who had learned each other's spatial habits and accommodated them. His family has 3 generations of pack infrastructure investment. He thinks in buildings. You found in the records? His grandmother's name is on the East Dormitory. I noticed it the first day. A pause. It's a good building. Caspian looked at him. Remy caught the look, and something crossed his face very briefly, a quality that was not quite humor and not quite something else, a fraction of a degree warmer than the working register. It was there, and then it was managed. But it had been there. They came to the place in the corridor where their quarters were in different directions. The pack complex was settling into its evening around them. Thursday went well, Remy said. It did. Pelin on Saturday. Oris the following Tuesday. He shifted the folder he was carrying from one hand to the other. Good night, Caspian. Good night. They went their separate ways down the corridor. Caspian did not look back. He was almost entirely certain Remy did not either. He thought about the fraction of a degree. He thought, stop it. He thought about it anyway, all the way to his room, and for some time after, lying awake in the dark with the pack boundary quiet outside, and the blood moon still 2 weeks off, and the specific awareness that he was not, in any meaningful sense, keeping his distance. Across the complex, Stellan was in the common space. Caspian did not know this for certain, but had a reasonable sense of it, the way you had a reasonable sense of where the people you knew best were. He thought about going down and saying something. He thought about the look on Stellan's face that morning, the thing underneath the composure. He went to sleep instead. In the morning, he would run the boundary route, and the day would start again, and he would be steady and deliberate and careful, all the things he had practiced being. In the morning. Chapter 8. The performance has an audience of one. POV, Remy. The Pella meeting was on Saturday, and it went, in the technical sense, extremely well. Sable's assessment afterward, delivered in the car park as they walked back from the formal wing, that was very impressive. She said it in the tone that meant she was also saying something else. The Pellan faction is going to endorse a joint statement to Finn's committee, Remy said. That's 2 of the 3 secondary groups. After Oris on Tuesday, we'll have the full. Remy. What? He laughed. Remy kept walking. About 40 minutes in, when you made the remark about the procedural precedent from the Aldine challenge. She matched his pace without effort. It was a good remark, very dry, and he laughed. And then he caught himself laughing, and you watched him catch himself, and you went very still for exactly 1 second before you moved on. She paused. I clocked it from the other end of the table. The Pellan faction's endorsement is the primary outcome. Yes, it is, and you achieved it beautifully. She was doing the pleasant tone, which was operating at maximum weight right now. That's not what I'm talking about. He pushed the door to the east wing open and held it for her, and she passed through with the air of someone who had not finished, which she had not. The east wing in the late afternoon had the low amber light that the buildings seemed to produce specifically to make everything look more significant than it was. Remy walked it with the practiced ease of a man who had been performing ease in corridors for long enough that he no longer always knew when he was doing it. The laugh is a tell, he said. I know it's a tell. You've told me about the laugh. The fact that you told me about the laugh is also a tell. Sable stopped walking. He stopped because she had, and he turned to look at her. She had the expression that she wore when she was being precisely loving, which was her most difficult register to deflect. When did you last laugh at something? Not perform laughing. Laugh. He thought about this with more seriousness than the question probably warranted. I find things amusing regularly, he said. That's not what I asked. He thought about the Pellan meeting about 40 minutes in, about the procedural precedent from the Aldine challenge and the observation he had made about it. That was, in the technical sense, a very dry and accurate observation and not intended to be specifically amusing. Caspian had laughed. Not the social laugh, not the performed warmth that Remy himself deployed in rooms, but the real kind, the unguarded kind, the kind that happened before the person was aware they were going to do it. The laugh had produced something in Remy's chest that he was choosing not to name. The working relationship is productive, Remy said. I know. The political outcomes are on track. I know. The Pellan endorsement, the preliminary Harwick alignment, the Oris meeting on Tuesday. The structure is working. I know, Remy. She put her hand briefly on his arm, the specific touch she used when she was making a point that she did not want to feel like an attack. I'm not questioning the structure. I'm asking you about the laugh. He looked at her. She looked back. It caught me off guard, he said finally. What did? That he still does that. He was careful with the words, measuring them. He has a dry humor. He's had it since I knew him before. I had archived it, and it was still there, and it caught me off guard. Sable waited. I recalibrated, he said. I saw you recalibrate. She released his arm. I also saw the second before you did. They stood in the amber corridor for a moment. A pack member passed to the far end, nodded, kept walking. He saw it, Remy said. Not a question. He saw it, Sable confirmed, gently. The specific quality of being seen by Caspian Voss was not something Remy had found a container for yet. It was not like being assessed by Finn, whose gray eyes ran calculations. It was not like being watched by Vesper, whose attention was always addressed to the room. It was something closer to the east fence, the amber light, the amber eyes, the quality of being looked at by someone who was looking at what was actually there. I told him I laughed, Remy said. Sable looked at him. He said, I don't always laugh like that. He paused. I told him I did. Did you believe yourself when you said it? No, he had not believed himself. He had said it and moved on, and Caspian had said not like that with the flat accuracy of someone who was right, and Remy had felt it land, and he had not let his face do what it wanted to do, and then the meeting had moved on, and now they were here in the amber corridor, and Sable was looking at him. The laugh isn't the problem, he said. No, she agreed. The problem is that I can see the difference. between performing and not performing. On him. I can see it clearly. He turned, and they started walking again toward their quarters. I cannot always see it on myself. Sable was quiet for a moment. This was its own signal. You used to be able to, she said carefully. I know. You used to always know which mode you were in. I know. He's been here 10 days, she said. He did not respond to this. Remy. Her voice had the quality it had on the rare occasions when she was not managing the delivery at all. When it was just her, in the plain sense. You laughed. A real one. It happened by accident, and it happened in the same room as him, and you felt it before he said anything, which means you were already tracking the difference. I'm always tracking. Not like that. He stopped walking. They were at the junction where the corridor split toward his room and toward hers. The light here was slightly dimmer, the late afternoon not quite reaching. The plan is on track, he said. Yes, she said. The outcomes are achievable. Yes. This is a political arrangement. Sable looked at him for a long moment. She had the face she had when she had already arrived at a conclusion and was deciding whether to offer it or let him get there himself. She generally preferred to let people get there themselves, which he had always appreciated and occasionally found maddening. Get some sleep, she said. She went down her corridor. He stood at the junction for a moment in the dimmer light, thinking about the laugh, about the 1 second before he recalibrated, about the specific quality of a room in which Caspian Voss had been paying attention to him for 40 minutes, and he had known it with the same peripheral precision that he used to know which side of a room to stand on without being told. The Oris meeting was on Tuesday. He had briefs to prepare. He went to his room and sat down at the small desk and opened the Oris files and spent 45 minutes reading things he had already read. Then he closed the files and sat in the quiet for a while. Then he went to sleep. Chapter 9. What Callum Knows and Uses. POV. Caspian. It moved through the pack the way these things always moved. Not as a statement, but as a texture, a change in the quality of certain silences, a shift in who made eye contact in the communal hall and for how long. Caspian noticed it on Sunday, the day after the Pella meeting, in the specific way that he noticed most things. Through the body first, the subterranean awareness of a room's temperature changing before he had identified the source. By Monday morning, he knew the shape of it. Callum had been talking. Not loudly. Not the kind of talking that could be addressed directly or refuted cleanly. The kind that moved through packed channels the way water moved through old foundations, by finding the existing cracks and using them. The story, as best Caspian could reconstruct it from the changed texture of rooms, was essentially this. The Voss-Calloway alliance was not what it appeared. The reformed villain had not changed his methods, merely updated his tools. Where once he had used force in the old Alpha service, he now used a Calloway heir's sophistication in his own. The alliance was a scheme, and the scheme was evidence of what Caspian Voss had always been underneath the 5 years of careful reconstruction. It was precisely targeted. That was the thing about Callum. He was not stupid, and he had known Caspian long enough to know exactly where the architecture was load-bearing. Caspian handled it with the steadiness he had built. He appeared in the communal hall at the regular meal times, not the first seating and not the last, and he was present without performing presence. And he did not react to the texture of the room's assessment, because reacting was what the story required. He handled 2 direct questions from pack members with the calm honesty that he had learned was more disarming than any tactical response. Yes, there is an alliance. It is a political arrangement with transparent terms. I do not operate by concealment, and anyone who wants to understand the structure can ask me directly. He said this twice, and both times the person he was saying it to went slightly uncertain, which was the effect of directness on people who had been primed for evasion. It worked. It cost him something. The cost was in the way it settled in his chest afterward, the specific weight of having to prove himself again. 5 years. He had built 5 years, and Callum had placed a story on top of them in 4 days. The story was not true, and it did not ultimately hold, but its presence was its own kind of damage, the damage of having to keep justifying, the exhaustion of it, the awareness that for certain people the question of who he was would never fully close. He did not show this. Showing it would have been another kind of loss. He was in the East Common Space on Monday afternoon, at the table near the window, going through the Oris briefing materials that Remy had prepared when he became aware that the room had shifted slightly. Callum was across the room, not approaching, simply present, occupying the far corner with two members of the enforcer class, speaking in the measured, unhurried way that was his native register. He had not looked at Caspian directly. He did not need to. His presence in the same room was its own message. Caspian turned a page in the briefing. The page contained Oris's political history, her 3 committee appointments, the outline of her philosophy regarding alpha succession. It was thorough and precise, and it was Remy's work, legible as such by its specific architecture. He read it. He was aware of Callum across the room in the same way he was aware of everything in a room, the hyper-attentiveness that was a leftover reflex from years when the cost of not tracking was very high. He was also aware, with the split focus of someone who had practiced separating his reading of rooms from his response to them, that he was not going to do anything about Callum's presence. This was the work, this specific thing, the choice, repeated daily, not to become again what he had been, not because becoming it would feel bad, but because he had decided it was not what he wanted to be. The decision made once was insufficient. The decision had to be made every time. He turned another page. Remy appeared in the common space doorway. He saw Caspian, and then he saw Callum, and Caspian watched him in the brief half-second before the working register came fully online. The read of the room, precise and instantaneous, the specific quality of attention Remy applied to spaces before he decided what he was to them. It lasted less than a second. Then he was across the room, at the table, pulling out the chair across from Caspian with the easy naturalness of someone arriving at an arranged meeting. "Oris prep," Remy said, nodding at the papers. "You're thorough. It's a character flaw." He sat down. He had his own folder. He opened it without looking at Callum's corner of the room, which was itself a statement, the strategic decision not to give Callum the acknowledgement of being a variable. They worked. The briefing materials were good, and the working session was efficient, and the table between them had acquired the comfortable texture of a space that 2 people had used enough to stop noticing. Caspian made a note in the margin of the Oris document and slid it across the table. Remy read it, made his own notation, slid it back. Callum left the common space about 20 minutes in, having apparently concluded that Caspian was not going to provide the reaction the story required. Neither of them acknowledged this. After the door closed, Remy said, without looking up from his folder, "How long has it been running?" "Since Friday, I think. I noticed it's Sunday. The framing. Reformed villain with newer tools. The alliance as evidence of continued operating principles rather than changed ones." Remy was quiet for a moment. "It's a good story." "It is. He understands your pressure points." "He should. He knew me at 19. Caspian closed the Oris folder. "He is not wrong that there is an alliance and that both of us have strategic interests in it. He's wrong about the nature of those interests. Is he entirely wrong about yours?" He said it without weight, without accusation, a genuine question rather than a challenge, and Remy looked up from his folder and met his eyes across the table. The common space was quiet. The late afternoon light came through the east windows. "No," Remy said. "Not entirely." A pause. "Not anymore." Caspian held his gaze for a moment. The muscle in his jaw did the thing it did when he was holding something, and he let it. "Enough to work with," he said. Remy looked at him for a beat longer than was strictly necessary for a conversation that had just technically concluded. Then he looked back at his folder. "Oris on Tuesday," he said. "Oris on Tuesday," Caspian agreed. He did not look toward the door where Callum had left. He looked at the briefing materials and the margin note that had come back with Remy's handwriting in it, small and precise, the addition a good one, and he thought about the hands Remy used for writing, the economy of them, the way they moved. He thought, stop it. He thought, not entirely anymore. He thought about what it meant that Remy had said it and watched him hear it. Outside the east windows the afternoon was going to evening. He stayed at the table a while longer, in the particular company of someone who was no longer pretending any of this was entirely about the alliance, and who had said so, and who was sitting across from him as though they were simply true, and they were both going to have to live with it. He turned another page. Remy turned another page. The room was quiet, and that was enough for now. Chapter 10, Old Houses and What They Keep. POV, Remy. Vesper arrived on a Tuesday, which meant she had timed it to coincide with the Oris meeting, which meant she had been watching the political schedule closely enough to know that the third and final faction alignment was happening today, which meant she wanted to be present for the outcome. Remy had been expecting this in the general sense. He had not expected the specific timing, which was precise enough to be a statement. Vesper was good at statements that arrived wearing the costume of coincidence. She was in the outer reception hall when he came through from the morning prep session, speaking with two members of the Elder Block's administrative staff with the warm attentiveness of someone who had spent decades learning that the staff were always worth knowing. This was not cynical calculation. Vesper genuinely believed in the network. She had built the Calloway family's political standing on the understanding that every relationship was potentially useful, and she had maintained those relationships with a consistency that Remy could not fault technically, even when what he felt about it was something more complicated than admiration. She looked up when he entered. Her face opened into warmth. Remy. She crossed toward him and took both his hands in hers, the double-handed clasp that was Vesper's version of embrace, warm, present, and addressed to the moment rather than to him specifically. You look well. The pack environment suits you. Vesper, he said. She was 54 and looked younger in the specific way of people who had decided that maintaining their appearance was a form of political competence. She was wearing the Calloway colors, a particular shade of deep garnet that the family had used in formal pack settings for 3 generations. She was here to be seen. The Oris meeting is this evening, she said. I understand the preliminary alignment is promising. The secondary faction work has been productive. The Harwick endorsement especially. She was still holding his hands, a beat longer than the greeting required. The Elder Block's preliminary report reflects well on the Calloway approach. A slight pause. The alliance with Voss has been noted. I intended it to be noted. Yes. She released his hands. Her expression was warm, and her voice was warm, and the specific thing that was not warm was the gap between those two things. I want you to be careful, Remy. The Voss name carries a complicated history in this pack. Your association with it reflects on the Calloway bloodline. The association is strategic and transparent. It's precisely the kind of positioning that demonstrates political maturity. It also demonstrates a willingness to be publicly paired with a challenger whose candidacy is still contested by elements of the Elder Block. She said this pleasantly. I'm not questioning the strategy. I am noting that the Calloway claim needs to arrive at the Blood Moon on its own terms, not as an appendage of a Voss coalition. Remy looked at her. She looked back, warm and direct, the attention she was giving him fully present in a way that her attention was not always fully present. And he knew, with the specific knowledge of someone who had been reading rooms since before he could name what he was doing, that she meant this. She was not performing concern. She was expressing it. The concern was real. The concern was also about the bloodline first and about him second, and she did not know those were not the same thing. I'll see you at dinner, he said. She smiled. Of course. He found Caspian in the East Common space, where he had apparently been for some time. The chair he occupied had the settled quality of someone who had not recently moved, and there was a second cup on the table that might have belonged to Stellan and was empty. She's here, Remy said. I saw her arrive. Caspian looked up. His expression was neutral in the attentive way, present without judgment. How was it? Professionally warm. He sat down. He did not mean to say the next thing. It arrived before the editorial function had processed it. She read the preliminary Elder report before I did. Caspian was quiet for a moment. Does she have a direct line to Finn's committee? To the administrative staff? Which is more useful? He paused. She has been managing these networks for 30 years. She is very good at it. I know. Remy looked at him. You don't know her. I know what she built. I know the records from the Calloway Block's involvement in the previous Alpha transition. And I know. Caspian stopped. He appeared to be deciding something. I've seen you do the thing you do when you read her messages. The reading twice. This particular information landing in his chest was not something Remy had prepared for. You've noticed that, he said. You read everything once. It's a reflex, you're fast, you absorb it. When you read something twice, it means the first read gave you something you didn't want. He said it without softness, which was somehow not unkind. You've read every message from her twice since you arrived. Remy looked at his hands on the table. His hands did not fidget. He had worked on this for years, the specific practice of not letting the hands do what they wanted to do when something landed unexpectedly. It had taken time. He was good at it now. Is that why you run schemes? Caspian said. Quiet, not rhetorical. The common space had the afternoon sounds around it, the packed complex going about its ordinary work. Someone in the corridor outside, two voices, a door. That's an unusual question, Remy said. I'm an unusual person. He looked up. Caspian was watching him with the quality of attention that Remy had been trying to find a defense for since the first day. Not assessing, not calculating, just looking at what was actually there with the steadiness of someone who was not going to use it for anything, who had no particular interest in the wound beyond its being a thing that was real and deserved to be seen. The schemes work, Remy said. Not an answer, and he knew it. I know they work. They have always worked. He paused. The Calloway standing is salvageable because of the schemes. My position in this pack is viable because of them. The alliance itself is a scheme. Parts of it, Caspian said. Remy looked at him. Parts of it are a scheme, Caspian said. Parts of it are something else. The afternoon light came through the east windows and lay across the table. The empty cup that had been Stellan's. The briefing folder for the Oris meeting, open at the first page, Remy's handwriting in the margins. She told me to be careful of the association, Remy said. With me, with the Voss name, the complicated history. He looked at the window. She's not wrong that it creates political risk. No, Caspian said. She's not wrong about that. The practical argument for maintaining the alliance through the Oris meeting and the formal challenge phases is still sound. It is. The Elder Block's preliminary report has already been affected by the secondary faction alignments. Pulling the alliance now would require a public explanation that could be read as instability. It would. Remy looked back at him. So the scheme continues. Caspian held his gaze for a moment. The amber eyes in the afternoon light, the scar through his left eyebrow, the jaw doing its thing. He looked like a man who was choosing his words with the specific care he applied to everything he cared about. The scheme can continue, Caspian said, if that's what you need it to be. The sentence was complete. It was also not complete. Remy sat with it for a moment. He sat with the awareness that the conversation had gone somewhere he had not planned, and that the planning function had not flagged it as a risk, and that the absence of that flag was itself information. The Oris meeting is at 8, he said. I know. I'll see you there. You will. He stood. He picked up the briefing folder. He walked to the common space door, and then he stopped because something in his body had decided it was going to, and he turned back. Caspian was looking at him. She's not wrong about you, Remy said. The history, the complication. He paused. She's not wrong about any of that. I know, Caspian said. He said it without deflection, without the performance of modesty, as a simple fact about himself that he had accepted and was not asking to be argued with. Remy looked at him for one more moment. He went to prepare for the Oris meeting. He did not, in the hallway outside, run through the afternoon's political outcomes. He thought about an empty cup on a table and a question asked without anything riding on the answer, and the particular experience of being looked at by someone who was not, as far as he could determine, looking in order to find a use for what they found. He found it, as he had been finding it for 10 days now, deeply disorienting. He also found it, for the first time in longer than he could precisely account for, something close to a relief. He did not know what to do with that. He went to prepare for the Oris meeting. Chapter 11. The Brother Problem. POV. Caspian. The Oris meeting went the way the Harwick and Pelham meetings had gone, which was to say it went well enough to be a small, clean problem. The problem was not Oris herself. Meridian Oris was 51, sharp-tongued, and had the quality of people who had reached their level of influence through accumulated judgment rather than inherited position. She had looked at Remy across the meeting table with the assessing attention of someone taking a very specific kind of inventory, and then, in her measured way, at Caspian, and something in her face had resolved from watchful to provisional. The provisional was enough. The meeting ended with her agreement to bring the joint statement before her faction's inner council, which was as much as could be reasonably expected. The Voss-Calloway alliance had achieved its secondary faction sweep. Harwick, Pellin, Oris, the three movable positions all moving in the same direction. It should have felt like a clear success. In the political sense, it was. What it felt like was a container filling up. Caspian was in the East Common Space the following morning when he saw them. He had not been looking for Stellan specifically. He had come for coffee and the particular quality of the East windows in early light, which was the same quality that had made it his preferred working space for 4 years and continued to be, regardless of recent complications. He had his own folder on the table, Idris Finn's upcoming agenda items, the formal challenge schedule that was beginning to acquire the specific density of something real. The blood moon was in 11 days. He was not thinking about that. He was reading the schedule, and he looked up because someone came through the common space door, and then he was not reading the schedule anymore. Stellan and Remy were standing near the far windows. Not close. Not in any configuration that was ambiguous in the obvious sense. Stellan was holding a coffee cup, and Remy had his hands in his pockets, and they were standing at the comfortable distance of two people who had been talking for some time, past the formal distance and not quite at the easy distance. Stellan's posture was its usual composed uprightness. Remy was slightly angled, the particular angle that meant he was both present in the conversation and maintaining his awareness of the room. They were talking in the low-voiced register of a conversation that was not secret, but also not offered to an audience. Caspian watched for the space of a breath. 2 breaths. Stellan was speaking. His face was doing the thing it did when he was being honest. The careful composure was something underneath it that was not quite comfortable. Remy was listening in the way he listened when he was actually listening rather than gathering information. The distinction was visible if you knew what to look for. Caspian knew what to look for. He was aware, with the cold precision of something he had been filing for days, of what he was looking at. Not at anything improper. Not at anything that was, in itself, a problem. Just at the quality of his brother's attention in the direction of a person who had once mattered enormously and who was beginning to matter again, and the awareness of what that quality of attention meant when it lived on Stellan's usually composed face. He had filed this thing for 11 days. He had stored it with the other small pieces, the cup rotations and the careful pauses and the 2 quick reassurances. He had known, in the oblique way you knew things you were not ready to look at directly, what the collection of small pieces added up to. He looked at it directly now. Stellan was in love with Remy. Had been, probably, for longer than Caspian had been storing the pieces. This was not a new thing discovering itself in the East Common Space. It was an old thing finally visible in adequate light. Caspian held this knowledge for a moment, in the way you held something that was going to change the shape of several other things. Then he drank his coffee. It was too hot. He drank it anyway. When Stellan came to the table 20 minutes later, alone, Remy having moved toward the corridor, he was carrying a fresh cup and his face was arranged in its usual finished product presentation. He sat across from Caspian and looked at his brother with the expression that preceded honesty when honesty was difficult. Caspian let him start it. "You saw us," Stellan said. "Yes." A pause. Stellan turned his cup. "Stopped. I want you to know I would never." "I know," Caspian said. The words came out flat and certain, and they were. He knew. He knew who Stellan was. The person who had always been, in every way that mattered, exactly what he appeared to be. Loyal, principled, genuinely loving in a way that cost him things he did not complain about. The idea of Stellan doing something underhanded was not a thing Caspian's understanding of his brother could construct into coherence. "I know who you are," Caspian said. Stellan looked at him. Something moved through his composed face, sharp and brief, the expression of a person receiving something they had not expected. "Cass," he said, "you don't have to explain it to me. I want to." He set down his cup. He looked at his hands briefly, which was a thing Caspian had rarely seen him do. The looking at his own hands, the acknowledgement that he was managing something physical. "I have been aware of it for a long time. I have never acted on it. I do not intend to." His voice was steady, and the steadiness was real, and underneath it, visible to Caspian because he knew every frequency his brother operated at, was the specific weight of someone who had been carrying something alone for a long time and was tired. But I am aware that you can see it, and I would rather you hear it from me. How long? Caspian said. Stellan was quiet for a moment. 2 years, he said. Approximately. There was a conversation at the regional meeting in the second year after he left. Business. Nothing significant. But I had read everything he sent through the formal political channels, the Calloway positioning after the old Alpha's fall, and then I met him in person, and he stopped. It was not useful information. I stored it accordingly. Caspian looked at his brother. Stellan was looking at the table, at his cup, at the middle distance that was available when you were sitting with something uncomfortable. You stored it accordingly, Caspian said. What else would I do with it? Tell someone. Tell who? He looked up. His face was the face Caspian knew best. The composed exterior and the person inside it who felt things entirely and quietly and without relief. You were still building. You had enough to carry without hearing that your brother had developed something inconvenient about the person who. He stopped again. He was, Caspian thought, being unusually imprecise for a man who was generally exact. The timing was not right. Is it right now? No, but you can see it. So here we are. The east windows were bright with mid-morning light. Someone came into the common space, assessed that the two brothers were in a conversation with texture, and went back out. Caspian appreciated this person. He doesn't know, Caspian said. It was not a question. No. Quick, certain. I have given him no indication. You're sure? I'm the most controlled person you know, Caspian. Yes, I am sure. A pause. Something that was almost wry, the fraction of self-awareness that Stellan allowed himself when he was being fully honest. He is also extraordinary at reading rooms, and he has been in this one for 2 weeks, and I do not believe he has noticed, which tells you how carefully I have managed it. Caspian considered this. He thought about what it had cost Stellan to manage it. He thought about 2 years of stored inconvenience, and the cup rotations, and the careful pauses. He thought about the quality of attention he had seen this morning at the far windows, the one that had looked, for a brief moment, unmistakably like something his brother almost never let surface. He thought about loving someone well, and it being its own kind of wound. You said be sure you know what you're walking into, Caspian said. When I told you about the alliance. Stellan's cup rotated once. That was advice, Caspian said. It was also something else. A long pause. Yes, Stellan said. Not an apology. Not a defense. Just a fact, offered plainly, with the specific dignity of someone who is honest even about the things that showed him in a complicated light. Caspian nodded. He drank the rest of his coffee. It had gone from too hot to merely warm, which was an improvement. I'm not angry, he said. I know, I'm not. He looked for the right word. Not jealous, exactly. Not threatened. Something more complicated, the awareness of a shape that included all three of them and was not comfortable, but was also not the disaster it might have been in another configuration. I don't know what I am about it. Neither do I, Stellan said. I've been not knowing what I am about it for 2 years. Something passed between them that was not resolution, exactly, but was adjacent to it. The honest version of a complicated thing made legible by two people who knew each other well enough to hold it without requiring it to be simpler than it was. Caspian pushed back from the table. I'm going to the boundary, he said. Not as explanation. Just information. Stellan nodded. Caspian was at the door when Stellan said, quietly, Cass. He stopped. Whatever is or isn't between you and him. A pause. The particular pause of a man who is being precisely careful. I need you to know that it doesn't change anything about what I want for you. The two things are separate. They have always been separate. Caspian looked at his brother across the east common space, in a mid-morning light that fell in clean bars across the table, and believed him. I know, he said. Same. He went to the boundary and ran. The problem with understanding something clearly was that it reorganized everything around it. He ran the full route and came back and stood at the east fence in the cold and thought about what he knew. Stellan, quiet and exact, carrying something alone for 2 years. Remy, not knowing. The specific configuration of the three of them in the same territory, at the same challenge, with the same unresolved gravity between all the possible arrangements. He thought about the 5 years. He thought about the shape of a leaving that had no explanation. He had built the no explanation into the architecture of his recovery, used it the way you used any unknown weight, assuming worst case, designing around it. What if the explanation was not worst case? He had not let himself think about this with any seriousness. It had seemed like the kind of hope that destroyed the work of not hoping. He thought about Remy in the East Common space yesterday, the empty Stellan cup on the table, the conversation that had drifted somewhere neither of them planned. The scheme can continue, if that's what you need it to be, said without softness, without asking for anything in return. Just the door, clearly left open. He stood at the fence for a while, in the cold, with 11 days left before the blood moon, and the specific awareness that he had been treating this as a closing argument when it was, increasingly, something else entirely. He turned and went inside. The day had things in it. He would do the things. He would also, at some point, stop treating the gap in Remy's projections as information he was not allowed to act on. Not today. Soon. Chapter 12. A crack the size of 5 years. POV, Remy. The strategy session on Thursday was a practical necessity, not an indulgence. This was what Remy told himself at breakfast, and again while reading through the formal challenge protocols, and again while walking the corridor to the small meeting room they had been using since the first week. The blood moon was in 10 days. The formal challenge phases required both claimants to submit their final political positioning documents to Idris Finn's committee no later than 6 days prior. There were materials to finalize. There was work to do. The work was the reason for the meeting. He was 12 minutes early, which was not a thing he typically did. He arranged his folders on the table, the challenge protocols, and his preliminary drafts of the positioning statement, and stood at the window and looked at the North Meadow and did not think about why he was 12 minutes early. Caspian arrived exactly on time. He came through the door with the unhurried certainty of someone who did not need to perform arrival, set his own folder on the table without looking at Remy's arrangement, and sat down. He had the quality today of a man who had decided something recently and was living in the decided version of himself, settled in it, not announcing it. Remy was aware of this quality in a way he could not entirely account for. Positioning statement, he said. Yes. They worked. The session had the efficient texture their sessions always had by now, the kind of working rhythm that developed between two people who had learned each other's methods and stopped needing to account for them. Caspian read things completely and retained them. Remy drafted quickly and revised in layers. The two approaches fit together with the slightly unsettling efficiency that Remy had been trying not to name. He was drafting a section on the Calloway bloodline's historical contribution to the pack's governance infrastructure when Caspian said, without any particular precursor, "I used to know which side or room you'd be standing on before I walked in." Remy's pen stopped. The sentence had arrived the way certain things arrived when two people had been spending enough time together. Not as a contribution to the current conversation, but as something that had apparently finished deciding whether to surface and had resolved the question on its own, without Caspian's editorial involvement. There was a long pause. The North Meadow was visible through the window. The pen was still in Remy's hand, stilled in the middle of a sentence. "People change," he said. "Do they?" Not a question. The flat, quiet register of someone who was not arguing and was not conceding, who was simply noting that the statement was insufficient. Remy looked at his draft. The sentence he had been writing was about governance continuity, the way the Calloway family had provided institutional memory across 3 alpha transitions, the specific value of bloodlines that did not simply contend, but contributed. It was accurate. It was useful. It had nothing to do with this conversation. "It was a long time ago," he said. 10 days ago, you knew which side of the Harwick table I was going to move to before I moved. That's political reading. That's not the same thing, isn't it?" He looked up. Caspian was watching him across the table with the amber-eyed steadiness that Remy had been finding, progressively, very difficult to perform in front of. Not because it was aggressive or demanding, because it was simply present. It looked at what was there. It did not require anything from what it found. I don't know what you want me to say, Remy said. You don't have to say anything. I'm not asking you to say anything. Caspian turned his pen in his hand. One rotation, the thinking gesture. I'm just noting that knowing which side of a room you'd stand on is not something I learned. It's something I still know. It didn't go anywhere. The pen rotation stopped. Remy looked at the north meadow. The practical problem with what Caspian had just said was that it was true in multiple directions simultaneously. Remy had noted, without meaning to, that Caspian had not lost the specific quality of presence that occupied a room like weather. That the dry humor still arrived without announcement. That the particular weight of being in the same space as him had not diminished with 5 years of absence. It had, in fact, increased in the way of things that had been compressed. He had noted all of this. He had filed it under operational awareness. He was becoming aware that operational awareness was not the correct folder. We have the positioning statement to finish, he said. We do. The Fen Committee deadline is in 6 days. I know. The formal challenge phases begin after that. There will be less time for... He stopped. For what? He had been about to say less time for sessions like this, and had become aware, mid-sentence, that sessions like this was not a category he had a clean name for anymore. For what? Caspian said. A pause. The draft, Remy said. Caspian looked at him for a moment. His jaw did the tightening thing, brief and controlled, the tell that Remy had learned meant he was holding something back. Then he looked at the papers on the table and picked up his pen. Right, he said. The draft. They worked for another hour. It was fine. The work was good. The positioning statement taking the shape it needed to take, the language balance between Calloway legacy and Voss transformation in a way that served both claims and neither required to diminish the other. By the end, it was something Remy could be objectively satisfied with. He was packing his folders when Caspian said, without looking up from his own papers, it didn't feel like nothing. I want you to know that. Whatever you decided it was afterward. In the moment, it didn't feel like nothing. Remy's hand stopped. There was no good response to this. There was no response that was honest and also safe, that acknowledged what the words meant without requiring him to do anything with the acknowledgement. He was very good at finding such responses. He could not, at this specific moment, locate one. Remy, Caspian said. He looked up. Caspian was watching him, not with demand, not with anything that required an answer, just with the specific quality of his attention, the full, even thing, the one that looked at what was actually there. I know, Caspian said. You don't have to say it back. I just needed to say it. He went back to his papers. Remy stood at the table for a moment with his folders and the north meadow in the window and the specific awareness that he had no mechanism for this, for being looked at without agenda, for being told something true without being asked for anything in return. He left the meeting room 2 minutes earlier than he needed to. Sable was in the corridor outside with the expression that indicated she had been waiting, which she denied. How did it go? She said. Fine. The positioning statement is nearly complete. She fell on a step beside him. They walked the corridor toward the east wing. The packed complex was in its mid-afternoon rhythm. People moving through on various purposes, the background hum of a place that organized itself around collective activity. You're doing the thing with your hands, Sable said. I don't do a thing with my hands. Remy, he looked at his hands. They were still because he had worked for years on keeping them still, because fidgeting was a tell and he did not traffic in tells. They were precisely still in the deliberate way, the controlled way, the way that was itself a kind of tell if you knew what to look for. I'm fine, he said. I believe you think that. He stopped walking. They were at the junction between the east and north corridors, the slightly dimmer stretch where the afternoon light did not quite reach. He turned to face her. He said it didn't feel like nothing, he said. 5 years ago. He said that, and then he went back to his papers. Sable's face was very still. He didn't ask me to respond, Remy continued. He wasn't waiting for anything. He just said it, like it was true and it deserved to be said, and the rest of it was my problem to manage. Is it, Sable said carefully, is it what? Your problem. To manage. He looked at the wall. He looked at his hands. He thought about the sentence. It didn't feel like nothing. He thought about the 5 years that he had spent building a framework in which the leaving had been correct, necessary, the logical response to a real threat that he had managed with the specific competence he applied to every threat. He thought about the framework and the way it had been shifting since he arrived, quietly, without permission, the load-bearing parts of it bearing less load than they used to. "I don't know how to want something that isn't strategic," he said. It came out more plainly than he intended, more plainly than was safe. But Sable was the only person in the world who received plain things from him without weaponizing them, which was why she was the only person he ever said plain things to. "I know," she said, gently. "You've said that before." "Have I?" "Not in those words, but I've heard it." She put her hand on his arm, briefly. "You know what I think?" "Almost certainly. I think you know how to want it. I think you stopped practicing because it was dangerous." She released his arm. "I think being near him is making you remember that you knew how." He stood in the corridor with the dim light and the distant pack complex sounds and the specific awareness of something in his chest that had been quiet for a long time and was not, currently, being quiet. "The blood moon is in 10 days, he said. "I know. After the challenge, the structure changes. Whatever has been building in this." He made a gesture that was meant to indicate the shared working space, the sessions, the alliance, and was aware it indicated considerably more than that. "It doesn't have a container anymore." "What if you didn't need one?" Sable said. He looked at her. She looked back, with the plain and devastating affection that she aimed only at him. "Get some sleep," she said, and walked down her corridor. He stood at the junction alone and thought about containers and the specific thing that happened when something outgrew the structure you had built to hold it. He went to his room. He did not update the exit route map. He had stopped updating it 8 days ago, and only now, standing at the junction in the dim corridor, admitted to himself that he hadn't noticed. Chapter 13. Everything Idris Finn has noticed. POV. Caspian. The summons from Idris Finn came on a Thursday morning, which meant Finn had read the positioning statement drafts and formed conclusions and wanted to deliver them in person rather than through the formal written commentary that the committee process provided. This was a distinction. Finn preferred written channels when the conclusions were institutional. He used in-person meetings when the conclusions were personal. Caspian had learned to read this distinction. He presented himself at Finn's office at the appointed hour. The office was exactly what you would expect from a man who had occupied it across 3 Alpha administrations. Organized, unsentimental, the accumulated presence of a person who had been watching things for long enough that watching had become its own form of authority. The desk was clear except for 2 folders, which meant Finn had prepared 2 specific things to say and intended to say them in order. "Caspian," Finn said. He used the first name without preface, which was its own form of agenda setting. "Idris," Caspian said. Finn's light gray eyes assessed him briefly, the continuous inventory that never fully stopped. "Sit down." He sat. Finn opened the first folder. He did not look at it. He had read it already. The opening was procedural, a signal that what followed was on the record in some interior sense. The Voss Calloway positioning statement has been reviewed by the committee. The language is precise. The historical framing is accurate, and the joint presentation demonstrates the kind of coalition intelligence that this pack has historically found difficult to develop at the challenge level. A pause. "It is well done. Thank you. It is also being watched very carefully." Finn closed the first folder. "The secondary faction alignments you have achieved over the past 2 weeks have not gone unnoticed. Harwick, Pellin, Oris. 3 positions that have been neutral or opposed to every challenger for the past 2 Alpha cycles, all moving toward provisional alignment with the Voss-Calloway alliance." His tone was neither approving nor disapproving. It was the tone of a man reading a weather report. This is an unusual outcome. The alliance has been transparent in its terms and its objectives. "I know. I reviewed the terms. They are, as you say, transparent." Finn looked at him, which is itself a departure from the kind of positioning we have typically seen from Calloway-affiliated claims. There was a space in this sentence. Caspian did not fill it. "The Elder Bloc is not unanimous in its assessment," Finn continued. "There are members who view the positioning statement as evidence of genuine political maturity. There are others who view it as evidence of Calloway influence successfully managing a complicated Voss candidacy. He paused. And there's a third group, smaller, which views the alliance itself as a liability. Callum's reading of the situation. Callum's reading has found an audience. It generally does, among those for whom the pack's memory functions as cautionary instruction. Finn's tone was not unkind. It was precise. Your past is not erased by your present, Caspian. It is contextualized by it. The question is whether the context you're building is sufficient. Caspian held Finn's gaze. What would sufficient look like? The formal challenge phases begin in 5 days. The Pack Watch's challenge is not only for strength but for character. The Blood Moon is not simply a test of dominance. It is a story the Pack tells about itself. Finn set the second folder aside without opening it. This was its own signal. What story does a Voss alpha tell? That transformation is real and recognized, Caspian said. That the work is the proof. That the man who occupied this Pack's territory at 19 is not the man standing here now. And that difference was not given to him, but built. Finn was quiet for a long moment. That is a good story, he said finally. It is true, which helps. It is also the story you are telling me now, in this office, because I am the audience. He leaned back slightly, the fraction of informality he allowed himself when he was done with the formal portion of a conversation. The Pack needs to see it in the challenge ground, not in a positioning statement, not in a faction meeting. His light gray eyes held something that was not quite compassion, but was adjacent to it, the specific regard of a man who had watched many people fail at the thing he was about to name. Win cleanly, Caspian, or you will never hold the title, regardless of what the Elder Block decides. Caspian nodded once. Finn picked up his pen. The interview, in the practiced language of the Elder, was over. Caspian rose, crossed to the door, and then stopped because something in him had decided to. The third group, he said, the one that views the alliance as a liability. Finn looked up. Their concern is the Calloway influence on my candidacy. They think Remy is managing me. That is a summary of their concern, yes. What do you think? Finn considered this. He was quiet for 5 seconds, which was a long time for a man who had opinions he was generally very careful about sharing. I think, he said slowly, that the Calloway heir arrived in this territory with a precise plan and a high level of operational competence. I think the Voss claim was a variable in that plan. Another pause. I also think that variables have a way of becoming something other than variables, and that the Elder Block's reading of the alliance as Calloway managed may be approximately 2 weeks out of date. Caspian looked at him. Finn's expression was, as always, precisely neutral. But the light gray eyes had a quality in this moment that was not neutral, the quality of a very observant person who had been watching 2 people for 2 weeks and had formed an opinion he was not going to state outright, but had just, in the careful way of a man who never said anything he did not mean, gestured toward. Win cleanly, Finn said again, and returned to his papers. Caspian walked the corridor. He walked it the way he always walked it, the steady, unhurried gait, the even shoulders, the nod at the pack member he passed near the East Junction. He was performing nothing. He simply knew, by now, how to carry himself, and the carrying was genuine. He went to the East Common Space and sat alone with his coffee and the challenge schedule and thought about what it meant to win cleanly when the thing he was winning toward kept reorganizing itself around a different center. The Alpha title was proof. He had said this to Stellan. He had said it to himself. 5 years of work rendered legible, the transformation complete, recognized, real. He had built toward it the way you built toward the closing argument of a case you had been making to yourself. He sat with his coffee and admitted that the case had changed. Not abandoned, not surrendered, but changed. The proof it offered now felt different than it had when he filed the claim. It felt less like a closing argument and more like a single brick in something larger. Still necessary, still real, but the structure it belonged to had expanded beyond the original blueprint. He thought about what Finn had said about variables. He thought about the positioning statement they had drafted together, the clean language of it, the way Remy had handed him the draft and Caspian had read it and found that it described, with complete accuracy, two things that were not entirely what either of them had arrived here being. He thought, win cleanly. He thought, the question is what I'm winning toward. He stayed at the table until his coffee went cold and the east windows moved from mid-morning to noon light and the day redistributed itself around him. And then he picked up his folder and went to find something useful to do. In passing the north corridor, he noticed, without intending to, that the small meeting room had its door open. Remy was at the table alone. He was writing something, not in the methodical drafting manner, but in the quick cursive that meant he was getting something out of his head rather than composing. He had not looked up. Caspian kept walking. He thought about the north meadow visible through that window, and the pen that had stopped when he had said the wrong true thing, and the way Remy had packed his folders and left 2 minutes early without meeting his eyes. Not nothing, he thought. He wanted to find something useful to do. Chapter 14. What it cost to almost say it. POV, Remy. The formal positioning documents were submitted to Finn's committee on Friday afternoon, which meant the evening belonged to no particular agenda. This was unusual. The preceding 3 weeks had been structured around agendas, formal meetings and faction sessions and strategy work that gave every evening a purpose and every purpose a container. The absence of a container was, Remy found, its own form of pressure. He was on the east terrace at 9 when Caspian arrived. Not by arrangement. The terrace was the covered walkway along the east wing's exterior, stone-paved, open to the cold, used mostly in warmer months, but accessible now if you didn't mind the temperature. Remy had been out here for 40 minutes with his notes and the specific quality of cold air that clarified things he preferred not to have clarified. He had been making productive use of his solitude. Then Caspian came through the terrace door, saw him, and did not leave. "I didn't know you were out here," he said. "I know." A pause. Then Caspian crossed to the far end of the terrace, leaned against the railing the way he leaned against things when he was at ease, and looked out at the dark east territory. Not looking at Remy, just present. The cold was significant. The stars were extremely visible. Somewhere beyond the tree line, the packlands were settling into their nighttime rhythms. Remy looked at his notes. The notes were on the formal challenge phases, the sequencing of events during the blood moon, the political choreography of the next 4 days. They were good notes. They contained no useful information at this specific moment. "Finn talked to you," Remy said. "Yes. He talked to me as well." He set the notes down on the terrace wall beside him. Thursday afternoon, before the positioning statement submission. What did he say? That the Calloway claim had been well served by the Alliance. That my positioning was sophisticated. He paused. That I should be aware the Elder Bloc was watching the nature of the Alliance as closely as its political outcomes. Caspian was quiet for a moment. He's not wrong to watch. No, the wind was low and steady. Not painful, but present, the kind of cold that required you to be where you were rather than somewhere warmer. Remy had been ignoring it for 40 minutes. He continued ignoring it. "I talked to Sable tonight," he said, "before I came out here. About the challenge. About the challenge. And about other things." He was being imprecise, and he knew it, and he also could not, at this specific moment, find the precision. "She has opinions. I know she does." Remy looked at him. Caspian was still looking at the dark territory, the easy lean, the settled posture of someone who had decided to be exactly where they were and had no immediate plans to be anywhere else. "She told me I know how to want things," Remy said. "I've just stopped practicing." Caspian turned his head to look at him. Just that. The head turned, the full amber-eyed attention, the quality that did not ask for anything from what it found. Remy looked back out at the territory. "I don't know what I'm doing," he said. "With this." A gesture, not very specific. "I built the whole architecture of the last 3 weeks around a structure that I could operate. Terms, objectives, exit. Things I know how to manage." He paused. The cold was around them, and the stars were the stars. "I stopped updating the exit route 8 days ago." He heard it land. He had not meant to say it quite that directly. It was the cold, probably, or the absence of an agenda, or the specific exhaustion of performing caution around someone who never asked him to. "I know," Caspian said. "You know. I noticed. Simple. I noticed things about you. I've been trying to manage that with varying success." Remy looked at him now. Caspian was watching him with the even patience of someone who had said a true thing and was not going to do anything with it other than let it be true. Varying success, Remy said. I told you it didn't feel like nothing. A pause. That wasn't my most controlled moment. It was honest. Yes, that's what I mean by varying success. Something shifted in Remy's chest. Not dramatically. The way ice shifted when the temperature changed. A structural thing, quiet and irreversible. I left because I was afraid, he said. He said it to the dark territory, to the stars, to the general cold. Not to Caspian directly, because saying it to Caspian directly would require him to also receive whatever Caspian did with it, and he was not ready for that. Not tonight. Not yet. But the sentence was out of him, which was its own kind of completion. I know there were reasons, he continued. Real ones. The threat was real. I checked the records. What I was told was accurate about the danger. He stopped. Started again. But I also knew, when I left, that the leaving was the correct strategic choice, and I let it be that. I let it be only that. Because the other thing it was, he stopped again. The sentence required something of him that he was not sure he had in the cold. Was real, Caspian said quietly. Remy looked at him. The other thing it was real, Caspian said. And real things are harder to leave than strategic ones. The stars. The cold. The even amber gaze in the dark. Yes, Remy said. They stood there for a moment, the two of them on the terrace in the cold with the East Territory beyond, and the blood moon 4 days away, and the Alliance's terms, technically speaking, still operational. I'm not going to ask you anything tonight, Caspian said. I want you to know that. I'm not building towards something. I just wanted to be out here. I know, Remy said. Do you? He thought about it. He thought about the 10 days of working sessions and the fraction of a degree in the pen that stopped and the exit route that had not been updated. He thought about the long architecture of his own protections and the particular exhaustion of maintaining them around someone who had never tried to breach them, had simply been present consistently until the maintenance started feeling like more work than the thing it was protecting. Yes, he said. I know. Caspian turned back to the dark territory. Remy picked up his notes, which he did not read. They stood on the cold terrace for another half hour in the particular quiet of two people who had put something down and were not yet ready to pick up whatever came next. It was, Remy thought, the most honest conversation he had had in longer than he could precisely account for, and neither of them had said very much. He thought about what Sable had said about containers, about what happened when something outgrew the structure built to hold it. He thought about the blood moon in 4 days. When he went inside, it was past 11. Caspian went in at the same time, through the same door, and they walked the first section of corridor together in the easy quiet that had developed between them, the silence that no longer required management. At the junction where the corridor split, Caspian stopped. Good night, he said. Good night, Remy said. He walked down his corridor and did not look back. He lay in his room for a long time before sleep came, thinking about the East Terrace and the cold, and what it meant that the only moment in 3 weeks when he had not been managing something was the one where he had said it was fear, said it plainly, said it to the dark, and been, afterward, not more exposed, but somehow less. He thought about that for a long time. In the morning, the blood moon was 4 days away, and the formal challenge phases began, and the armor went back on, because he did not yet know how not to put it on. But he was aware, more clearly than he had been the night before, that he was putting it on, and the awareness itself was something, a beginning perhaps, or a crack, the size of 5 years. He got up and dressed and went to face the day. Chapter 15. The challenge begins and Remy is watching. POV. Caspian. The formal challenge phases began on a Saturday, for days before the blood moon, with the kind of weight that only accrued to rituals that had been doing the same thing for a very long time. The pack assembled at the challenge ground before noon, the open space between the communal hall and the old-growth eastern boundary, where the ground had been cleared and leveled at some point in the pack's history and had since accumulated the particular resonance of a place that had witnessed many significant things. The morning was cold and bright, the sky a hard winter blue. The fire would come later, at night, when the formal proceedings moved into their second phase. For now, it was daylight, and the pack gathered in its configuration of factions and families and old alliances, and Idris Finn stood at the head of the ground with his gray eyes, and his committee, and his folder, and the blood moon was 4 days away. Caspian stood to the left of the marked center, which was the position designated for the primary claimant with the longest continuous pack residence. His 5 years were, in this particular architecture, an asset. He wore his pack colors, the deep charcoal and old gold that the Voss family had used in formal settings, not inherited from his parents, but chosen deliberately 3 years ago when he had decided that having colors was part of the work of belonging. He was steady. He had prepared for this. He had prepared for 5 years. Callum Asher entered the ground from the north approach, which was where the enforcer class traditionally positioned themselves. He was wearing the old Alpha's colors, which was not subtle and was not meant to be. He moved with the assured ease of someone who had decided long ago how they occupied space and had never found reason to reconsider. He looked at Caspian once across the full width of the challenge ground, with the specific look of someone checking that the target was where they expected it. Then Callum turned to face the center and raised his hand. "I submit a formal counterclaim to the Alpha title," he said. His voice carried without effort. Under pack law, Article 9, which provides for secondary claimants at any point before the blood moon phase begins. The pack murmured. Finn's committee was not surprised. Finn had clearly been aware of this development. His gray eyes noted the murmur and the reaction and the positioning of every person in the ground with the continuous inventory that was, by now, simply how he existed. "The counterclaim is noted and formally accepted," Finn said. "The Blood Moon Challenge will proceed with 3 confirmed claimants." 3. Caspian processed this with the same steady exterior he applied to everything that happened in public during a challenge. His internal assessment was faster and less composed. Callum had timed this with precision. A counterclaim introduced at the last possible formal moment destabilized both the primary claimants and their alliance. It required them to recalibrate their political positioning at precisely the point where the positioning should have been settled. It gave the Elder Block's skeptical faction a third option to watch, which diluted the attention that had been consolidating around the Voss Calloway presentation. It was, in its way, a well-executed move. He did not look at Remy. He kept his eyes on Finn. Finn was managing the formal protocol with his usual unhurried competence, recording the counterclaim, establishing the modified structure for the challenge phases. The procedural portion would take another 20 minutes. Caspian listened to every word and did not let his face do anything it had not decided to do. When the formal session opened for preliminary challenge statements, Caspian spoke third, after Callum and before Remy, which was the sequence Finn had established. His statement was 53 words. He had written it 4 days ago and revised it twice, and it said, without elaboration, what the 5 years had built and what he intended the title to represent. He did not address Callum. He did not address Remy. He spoke to the pack. Remy's statement was 61 words and was, in Caspian's assessment, precisely as effective as 41 words would have been, which meant that the extra 20 were chosen deliberately to demonstrate fluency rather than efficiency, which was itself a political statement about the Calloway bloodline's approach to leadership. It was very good. The pack was listening. Caspian watched the pack listening to Remy. He was aware, at this point in the proceedings, that he had been watching Remy in public for 3 weeks and had told himself, each time, that it was strategic awareness. He had spent significant effort on this story. He was, currently, watching Remy give a 61-word challenge statement, and the awareness in his chest was not strategic. After the preliminary statements, the formal challenge moved into its first observation phase. 3 days of public activity in which the pack watched the claimants navigate the pack's actual functions. Not combat, not performance. The ordinary work of the pack in its daily operation, with the claimants present and visible and assessed. It was, in its way, the most honest part of the challenge, because it was the hardest to perform over 3 sustained days. The first afternoon dispersed the formal assembly back into the pack's rhythms. Caspian moved through the common areas with his usual steady presence. The conversations he had been having for 5 years, the pack members whose names he knew and whose concerns he understood, the ordinary work of being a person in a community rather than a contender in a competition. He was at the East dormitory, speaking with 2 of the younger pack members about a drainage issue that had been a problem since autumn, when he became aware, without turning around, that Remy had positioned himself across the courtyard. Not near him, not involved in his conversation, just present in the same outdoor space, talking to someone from Pellin's faction, not strategically positioned. Remy's back was partially toward him, which meant Remy was not performing awareness of Caspian's position for anyone watching, which meant the awareness was simply there, the way Caspian's was simply there, a mutual tracking that had nothing to do with political intelligence. He finished his conversation about drainage. He thanked both young pack members for the report and told them he would look at the site on Sunday. He turned to go to the next thing on his afternoon. He caught Remy's eye cross the courtyard by accident. Not deliberate, just the simultaneous direction of attention that happened when 2 people were aware of each other without acknowledging it. Remy looked away first, but in the half-second before he did, his face was doing the thing it did when he forgot to perform. The quality that was warmer and more direct than the working register. The thing Caspian had been cataloging since the Pellin meeting without letting himself name it. He went to look at the drainage problem site. He thought, Remy is watching me the way I watch him. He thought, I don't know what to do with that. He thought, I know exactly what to do with that. I'm just afraid of it. He stood at the drainage site and crouched down and actually looked at the drainage problem, which was real and required actual attention, and he let the fear sit in him without asking it to go anywhere. He had been afraid before. He had built things while afraid. Being afraid was not the information. The information was the half-second phase before the performance reasserted itself. He wrote down notes about the drainage. He would bring them to the maintenance council Monday. That was a real thing that mattered to real people. He stood and looked east over the pack boundary toward the tree line where the old oak stood at the edge of the territory. 4 days to the blood moon. He was ready. He was also, he admitted, terrified in a way that had nothing to do with the Alpha Challenge. Both of those things were true simultaneously, which was, he supposed, the actual definition of doing the work. He went back to the dormitory for the rest of the afternoon session. That night, around the first fire of the formal challenge, Callum made his first move. Not physical, a comment delivered to the cluster of pack members near the fire with the comfortable ease of someone sharing an observation they had been holding pleasantly in reserve. 3 claimants now. Makes you wonder what the alliance was really for, doesn't it? If it was political preparation, the preparation should have accounted for secondary claims. If it was something else, he had shrugged pleasantly. Let the silence fill in the rest. The pack near the fire had done what packs did with suggestive silences. Filled them with their own readings. Caspian heard about it 30 minutes later from a pack member who delivered the summary with the apologetic manner of someone reporting what they felt he should know. He thanked her. He did not react to it in any way she could carry back. He found Remy at the edge of the fire's light, separate from the main gathering, looking at the blood moon's early rise on the horizon. It was not yet full, not yet at its peak, but it was there, the particular red-orange of a moon in its approach, carrying the weight of what it was going to become. He's reframing the alliance as compensatory, Remy said, without turning. Yes, we suspected he would. We did. Remy turned then and looked at him with an expression that had the quality of the terrace conversation, the stripped-down register, the one that appeared when the working mode was not operational. Does it change anything? Practically. Caspian looked at the blood moon on the horizon. No, he said. The work was real. The secondary faction alignments were real. What we built over the past 3 weeks holds because it's true, not because Callum hasn't tried to reframe it. He paused. The pack knows the difference between a story someone tells about you and the thing they've actually seen. Remy was quiet for a moment. You trust that. I've spent 5 years trusting that. It's hell. Something moved in Remy's face, brief and real. The quality Caspian had been cataloging. Then it holds, Remy said. He looked back at the horizon, at the blood moon climbing, and they stood at the edge of the fire's light in the cold, not quite together and not apart, for the remaining minutes of the first night of the formal challenge. When the gathering broke and people moved back toward the complex, they walked in the same direction without discussion, because their quarters were in the same direction and there was no reason not to. The blood moon was 3 days away. It was, Caspian thought, going to be the most important thing he had ever done and the second most terrifying. He did not ask himself what the most terrifying was. He already knew. Chapter 16. Vesper plays her hand. POV, Remy. The second day of the formal challenge observation phase was a Sunday, which meant the pack had its own slower rhythms and the claimants were expected to move through them naturally, visibly, as people rather than as contenders. 3 days of being watched doing ordinary things. The theory, as Remy understood it, was that the ordinary revealed what the formal concealed. He had been performing ordinary for so long that he was no longer entirely certain where the performance ended. The message from Vesper arrived at breakfast, which meant it had been sent the night before in time for the morning, which was the kind of timing Vesper applied to things she wanted to land before his day had given him anything to redirect his attention toward. He read it once at the table, then once more, and then he put it away because Sable was across from him and he did not want to do the thing with his face in front of Sable. He did the thing with his face anyway. Sable noticed. "Vesper," she said. "Not a question. She attended the opening session yesterday." "I know. I saw her." She spoke to 3 elder block members and a Finn's administrative secretary and to Callum Asher, in that order, for approximately 4 minutes each. Sable poured more tea. "I timed them." Remy looked at her. "She spoke to Callum Asher," he said. "For 4 minutes and 12 seconds, yes." Near the eastern edge of the challenge ground, after Callum's counterclaim was accepted, they appeared cordial. Remy set down his cup. He ran through the political geometry of this with the speed of long practice. Vesper and Callum occupied opposite ends of the challenge's ideological spectrum, or should have. Vesper's interest was the Calloway bloodline's restoration, which required the alliance with Voss to deliver political standing. Callum's interest was Voss's humiliation, which required destabilizing the alliance. The two interests were in direct conflict, unless Vesper had recalculated. Unless Vesper had looked at the alliance, and at the way the alliance had shifted over 3 weeks from transparent political arrangement to something she did not recognize and could not reliably manage, and had decided that an independent Calloway claim served the bloodlines standing better than an alliance with a Voss whose attachment to her son had become, in Vesper's estimation, a liability. Unless she was moving away from the alliance without telling him. "The message," Sable said gently. He pulled it back out and read it aloud, because Sable had earned being read the plain thing. The challenge observation phase is the critical window. The Calloway claim must present as independent, assured, and fully sovereign. I have spoken with several members of the Elder Bloc who share my view that the Calloway-Voss alliance, while strategically sensible at the preliminary phase, now risks appearing as subordination rather than coalition. A Calloway who arrives at the Blood Moon phase as a partner to a Voss claim is a Calloway who has accepted a secondary position. That is not the standing we came to restore. I will be speaking with Idris Finn on Monday to discuss options for a formal repositioning. I trust you will understand the necessity. He folded the message. The breakfast room was ordinary around them. The pack's Sunday sounds, the low conversation, the smell of coffee and food, and people at ease with their day. He had been good at being a person in rooms like this for long enough that he could be good at it now, without effort, even with the message in his pocket and the political geometry in his head and the specific awareness that Vesper was about to move. "She's going to dissolve the alliance publicly," Sable said. "She's going to request a formal repositioning through Finn's committee, which would require Finn to open a procedural review, which would be on the record, which would tell the pack that the Calloway claim has separated from the Voss claim, because the Calloway claim no longer considers the Voss claim a suitable partner." He paused. "Publicly, yes. And you?" He looked at the window. The pack's outer courtyard was visible, the Sunday morning light on stone, a few people moving without urgency. He looked at it without seeing it. The Calloway claim, the bloodline standing, the thing he had come here to do, the specific purpose he had built the 3 weeks of work around, the reason he had filed the claim and studied Finn's committee and map the elder block and propose the alliance in the first place. He thought about Vesper's warmth in the outer reception hall, both hands clasping his, the message that had been addressed to the moment rather than to him. He thought about the East Terrace, the cold, the stars. I left because I was afraid. He thought about the exit route he had stopped updating. She's not wrong about the politics, he said. No, Sable agreed. An independent Calloway claim at the Blood Moon phase is a stronger position than a paired one. If the alliance is read as subordination, it undercuts the bloodline's restoration argument. He said it the way he said things he was evaluating honestly, without the editorial that selected for comfort. From a pure standing restoration perspective, she's correct. From a pure standing restoration perspective, Sable said. He looked at her. She was holding her tea with both hands, the posture of someone who had said the important thing and was giving him the space to hear it. The room was ordinary around him. The Sunday light was ordinary. The message in his pocket was from a woman who had loved the Calloway name more than the people inside it, and had believed for decades that this was the same thing, and who was now executing precisely the kind of calculated repositioning that she had raised him to be capable of. He was her most successful project. He had learned every technique he had ever used from watching her work. He thought about the positioning statement, the language balanced between Calloway legacy and Voss transformation in a way that served both claims. He thought about drafting it at the small strategy table with Caspian reading his own copy, the margin note that had come back with handwriting in it. He thought about 31 days of working sessions and the fraction of a degree and the pen that stopped and the sentence on the terrace that he had said to the dark because he was not ready to say it to a person. He was becoming a person who wanted to say it to a person. He did not know what to do with that in the context of a message from Vesper and a procedural repositioning on Monday and the Blood Moon in 3 days. He folded the message smaller and put it back in his pocket. I need to speak with Caspian, he said. Sable put down her tea. Before Vesper talks to Fenn. Before Vesper talks to Fenn. He found Caspian at the East dormitory, where Caspian had apparently returned to the drainage problem he had been documenting Saturday afternoon, standing in the courtyard with a notebook and looking at the ground near the building's foundation with the focused attention he gave to things he had decided deserved it. He was wearing a worn jacket over his pack colors, and he looked up when Remy came across the courtyard, and his expression shifted from the drainage problem to something more considered. Vesper, Remy said. Caspian was quiet for a moment. Then, tell me. He told him. All of it. The message, Sable's observation about the Callum conversation, the Monday meeting with Finn, the political geometry. He said it plainly, in the efficient register, because it was information Caspian needed and because there was no useful purpose served by making it softer than it was. Caspian listened with the stillness that was his particular mode of full attention. He did not move while Remy was speaking. When Remy finished, he was quiet for 5 seconds. She's moving against the alliance because of what she saw at the opening session, Caspian said. Yes, not the challenge politics. The other thing. Remy held his gaze. Probably. The alliance was always going to serve the Calloway, standing better, if it was a clean strategic arrangement. What she saw yesterday was something she couldn't predict and couldn't manage. He looked at the drainage notes in his hand, briefly. You're a variable that's gone off the board. She has 30 years of experience managing Calloway variables. She's never managed one that was also managing to want something for itself. He said it without particular weight, without looking to see how it landed, just setting down a fact. What do you want to do? The courtyard was quiet around them. Across the pack complex, the Sunday morning was going about its own business, unaware of being the backdrop to a conversation about Vesper Calloway and procedural repositioning and things said to cold, dark terraces. Remy looked at the foundation drainage problem. He looked at Caspian's notebook, which had a rough sketch of the problem's location and 2 possible solutions annotated in a practical hand. I want to handle it, he said. I'll speak with Vesper before she speaks with Fenn, and tell her that the repositioning is premature, that the alliance still serves the Calloway, standing in the challenge's final phases, and that a public separation now would be read as instability rather than strength. He paused. It's true. It's also the argument that buys time. Time for what? He looked at Caspian. Caspian looked back with the amber eyes and the Sunday morning light, steady and present, not asking for anything. "I don't know yet," Remy said. It was the most honest answer he had, and he gave it plainly. "I just know that I want to be the one who decides what happens. Not her." Something shifted in Caspian's face. Not dramatically. The same quality Remy had been cataloging. The brief warmth that arrived before the composure reasserted itself. The thing that moved through the amber eyes before it was managed. "All right," Caspian said. Remy went to find Vesper. She was in her guest quarters in the north wing, which she had arranged to be the most politically central of the guest accommodations, which was itself characteristic. She opened the door with the warm readiness of someone who had been expecting him, which she had been. Remy, both hands, the double-handed clasp. "Come." He came in. He did not sit down. She looked at him for a moment. Her expression was warm, and it was also the expression of someone who had been watching him work his whole life and knew, with the precision of long observation, when he had decided to push back. "You read my message," she said. "You spoke with Callum Asher. I spoke with many people at the opening session. That is what these gatherings are for. For minutes." After his counterclaim was accepted, he said it without the warmth register, without the pleasant social fluency that was their usual mode of exchange. The plain register. "What did you offer him?" She looked at him. Her face was warm and attentive and addressed to the moment, and underneath the warmth was the specific quality that had always characterized Vesper Calloway at her most precise, the clarity of a woman who had decided what mattered and had organized everything else around that decision. "Nothing. Yet." A pause. "I suggested we might find common ground regarding the challenge's outcome and the standing it would confer on the various bloodlines involved. You suggested a separate alignment. I suggested a conversation. Nothing is formalized." "Nothing is formalized yet," Remy said, "which means you have until Monday to formalize it. And the meeting with Finn is the first move." Vesper looked at him. "The Calloway standing requires." "The Calloway standing," he said, "is not the only thing at stake." A pause. She looked at him with an expression that was recalibrating, the specific recalibration she performed when a variable had moved outside its predicted range. He had seen it before. He had never been the variable. "Remy," she said. Her voice had shifted to the register she used when she meant to be maternal rather than strategic. He had learned a long time ago that the two things were not always different. "I'm trying to protect the bloodline." "I know." He let her hear that he meant it. "You always are. That has never not been true." He held her gaze. "I'm asking you to wait. 3 days. Don't move against the alliance before the blood moon. Let me determine what the challenge produces before we reposition. 3 days is the entire remaining window." "Yes." She looked at him for a long moment. He looked back. He was 30 years younger than her, and she had taught him most of what he knew, and they both understood, in this moment, that he was not asking. 3 days, she said finally. 3 days. She nodded, once, with the quality of someone making a note. Not conceding. Postponing. That was all he needed. They left her room and walked the north corridor and thought about variables and boards and the specific discomfort of being the piece that had climbed off the board it was placed on and was now standing on the floor, uncertain of the ground, unwilling to go back. He thought about 3 days. He went to find Sable and told her what had happened. "You bought time," Sable said. "Yes." "For what exactly?" Not pressing. Genuinely asking, with the quality she had when she wanted him to hear his own answer. He thought about the East Terrace, about the blood moon in 3 days, about a man standing at the far end of a covered walkway looking out at dark territory, not asking for anything, just present. "I don't know yet," he said, which was, he supposed, the truest thing he had said in several weeks. He thought was possibly also the bravest. Chapter 17. What Stellan Carries. POV. Caspian. The third day of the observation phase was a Monday, 2 days before the blood moon, and the pack was beginning to acquire the specific quality it acquired in the final days before a significant event. A sharpening of attention, a quickening under the ordinary rhythms, the way a room changed before something was said in it. Caspian moved through it steadily. He had practice. He had built 5 years of practice around exactly this, being present under observation, doing the actual work in full view, letting the pack see the man he had chosen to become rather than the one they remembered. He spoke with the maintenance council about the East dormitory drainage and reviewed their proposed remediation plan with the detail it deserved. He attended the communal lunch in the middle seating, not too early and not too late, and sat with the 3 pack members whose concerns he had been aware of since autumn and listened to them with the attention he genuinely had for their concerns. He did not perform any of this. That was the point. 5 years of building meant the performance was no longer the mechanism. The mechanism was simply himself, and himself was the performance. And the two had become indistinguishable in the way that practice eventually made indistinguishable. He was in the West Common Space in the late afternoon, reviewing the Blood Moon's procedural schedule with the kind of focus that required nothing from the part of him that had been thinking about Remy's conversation with Vesper all day, when Stellan sat down across from him. Not with coffee, without preamble, just Stellan sitting down with the quality he had when he had been carrying something all day and had decided the day was over. Caspian set down the schedule. They sat for a moment in the particular quiet of brothers who had been through enough things together that quiet was its own form of communication. "What did you do?" Caspian said. Stellan's expression did not change. "I beg your pardon. Something has been wrong since we got here. Not wrong the way things are wrong when they've just arrived. Wrong the way things are wrong when they've been wrong for a long time and are becoming legible." He turned his cup. "I've been waiting to see the shape of it. I think I'm seeing it now." Stellan was quiet for a moment. His hands were flat on the table, both of them a posture that meant he had already decided what he was going to say and was simply gathering the momentum to say it. "I told him to go," Stellan said. The West Common Space was quiet. Outside, the afternoon was doing what afternoons did in the final approach to significant events, moving without apparent urgency towards something that would matter. Caspian held the words. "When," he said, 5 years ago, in the spring." Stellan's voice was even the specific way it got, when he was being precise rather than composed, when the evenness was doing the work of keeping the words in their correct order rather than managing how they sounded. "You had decided to challenge Harkin. I knew. You hadn't told me, but I knew. I've always been able to read your intentions before you formalized them." A pause. Harkin had a standing order. Any pack member in documented proximity to a challenger against him would be treated as a co-conspirator. Pack Law, Article 22. Removal. Caspian was very still. Remy was in proximity, Stellan continued. Not in documented pack membership. Not formally registered, but present enough that Harkin's administration would have flagged it, would have treated it as the standing order required. He looked at the table. "I went to Remy privately, and I told him about the standing order. I told him what it meant and what Harkin would do with it. And Remy left. The same week." Another pause. "I believe the threat was real. I checked the records after. Harkin had flagged 3 other pack members in the 18 months prior under the same provision. One of them was removed before the challenge even formally started." His voice did not waver. It was the specific steadiness of someone who had rehearsed this accounting many times, alone, and was now delivering it in person for the first time. The threat was real. Caspian said nothing. "I told myself that was the whole of it," Stellan said. "That I had protected you by protecting the person standing beside you. That it was the correct action." He looked up. His face was doing something Caspian had rarely seen on it. Not the composure, not the finished product, but the thing underneath, the interior of his brother that was very rarely visible from the outside. "I believe that. Partly. And the other part," Caspian said. Stellan held his gaze. "The other part knew that removing Remy also resolved a different problem. One I did not admit to myself until much later. One that was convenient in the way that things are convenient when they align with what you wanted anyway." He said it without hedging, without the softening that would have made it easier to hear. "I was not wrong that the threat was real. I was also not only thinking about your safety. And I knew, somewhere, that I was not only thinking about your safety, and I told myself the real threat was sufficient reason and let the other thing be invisible to me." A pause. "It wasn't invisible. I just chose not to look at it." The late afternoon light was long and low through the west windows. Somewhere in the pack complex, people were moving toward the evening's observation phase gathering. The fire would be lit. The three claimants would be present. Idris Fenn would be watching. Caspian sat with everything Stellan had just said and let it arrange itself. Remy had been told there was a threat and that it was real and that the correct response to it was to leave. And the person who told him was also the person who had something to gain from the leaving. And Remy had checked the records months later and found that the threat had been real and had held both truths and had not told Caspian either of them. 5 years. He checked the records, Caspian said. I know. Months later, he verified the threat was real and then you'd already built something. We're already someone different. And I imagine he decided that arriving with the explanation at that point was its own kind of damage. Stellan's voice was careful. I don't know for certain. I have no record of what Remy decided. I only know what I did and what it cost. And what did it cost? Caspian said. Stellan looked at him. You, he said simply, knowing what I'd done, which I have had 5 years to think about the implications of. And him. He was quiet for a moment. I told myself that the threat being real meant the choice was right. I still believe the threat was real. I have stopped believing the threat was all of it. Caspian was quiet for a long time. He thought about the 5 years. The not knowing, which he had told Stellan was in the architecture of everything he had built in the walls. He thought about the shape he had assigned to the leaving. Worst case, the version that said Remy had looked at him and found him insufficient. He thought about how that version had driven the building, the deliberate transformation, the 5 years of becoming someone worth having, not because he believed he was worth having, but because he was determined to make the not believing irrelevant. He thought about the East Terrace. I left because I was afraid. Remy had said it to the dark. He had known, even as he said it, that the sentence was incomplete. The fear was real. It was also not the full architecture of the leaving. Stellan had been in the architecture. Caspian sat with this. Does Remy know it was you specifically, he said. He knows he was told about the standing order. Whether he has identified me as the source, I don't know. We have not spoken about it directly. Stellan looked at his hands on the table. I had the conversation with him in his pack-adjacent accommodation, not in the complex. It was private. There were no other witnesses. A pause. But Remy is very intelligent, and he has had 5 years, and I am not certain the detail has not occurred to him. Have you considered telling him? Stellan was quiet for a moment. I have thought about it for 5 years. I have not found an arrangement of the telling that made it the right thing to do rather than the thing that made me feel better for having done it. He looked up. Until now, when you are 2 days from the blood moon, and he is here, and the 5 years are not actually passed, only stored. And it is possible that what happens in those 2 days requires him to have all the pieces. Does it? I think you know whether it does. Caspian looked at his brother. Stellan looked back. His face was, for this moment, the most unguarded Caspian had seen in perhaps years. The love in it and the damage in it, and the specific tiredness of someone who had been holding a shape that did not quite fit and knew it, and had been paying the difference out of something he could not indefinitely afford. I'm not going to tell you what to do, Caspian said. I know. You made the choice. You know what it cost. The accounting is yours. I know. Stellan looked down. Im sourit. Gas. That it took me this long to say it directly. Caspian was quiet for a moment. I know who you are, he said. He had said it before, in this same East Common space, 2 days into the challenge. He meant it now as he had meant it then. Not absolution, not dismissal, just the plain truth of knowing a person completely and holding what you found without requiring it to be simpler than it was. I know what you are. This is both of those things, and I know both of them. Stellan's jaw tightened briefly. The specific expression of someone receiving something they had not been certain they deserved. The observation phase gathering is at 6, Caspian said. We should both be there. Yes. Caspian pushed back from the table. Cass, Stellan said. He stopped. He deserves to know. Quiet. Precise. The specific precision of a man who had been not saying something for 5 years and was finally setting it down. Not because it changes the leaving. The leaving was real, but because he has been carrying the weight of a decision that was partly mine to make, and he has been carrying it alone. Caspian looked at his brother for a long moment. "I know," he said. "You want to get ready for the evening gathering." He moved through the corridor with the steady gait and the even shoulders and the practiced carrying of himself. And he thought about what Stellan had told him about the shape of the 5 years rearranging itself, now that he could see more of its structure, and he was not angry. He was something more complicated and less useful than angry. The awareness of how close the not knowing had been to a different kind of knowing, and how different the architecture would have looked. He went to the gathering. He stood in his correct position. He watched Callum across the challenge ground, and Finn at the head of it, and Remy at the far edge of the firelight. And he thought about what Stellan had said. He deserves to know. 2 days. He would wait for the right moment. He had been waiting 5 years. 2 days was nothing. He stood at the fire and looked at the blood moon climbing and let the everything of it sit in him without asking it to resolve. Tomorrow was the last full day before the blood moon. He would be ready. Chapter 18. The night before the blood moon. POV, Remy. The last observation phase day ended in the late afternoon, which released the pack into the particular liminal hours between the formal proceedings and the blood moon itself. Finn had published the formal challenge schedule that morning. The blood moon would peak the following night at approximately 2 in the morning. The challenge circle would open from sundown of the blood moon's day, and the formal alpha determination would follow the challenge's natural resolution as specified by pack law. Everything was in order. Remy stood in the small strategy room that was no longer being used for strategy, looking at the cleared table, and thought about Callum. Callum had moved through the 3 observation phase days with the particular effectiveness of someone who was not performing a transformation because no transformation was required. He was exactly what he was, pack-born, enforcer class, committed to a vision of the pack that predated the old alpha's fall and had never revised itself. The pack members who responded to that clarity responded to it visibly, and there were more of them than Remy's initial assessment had credited. He had revised his assessment on day 2. He had not liked the revision. The honest political analysis was that Callum's claim was weaker than either Remy's or Caspian's in terms of elder block alignment and secondary faction support, but that Callum's claim carried a different kind of weight, the weight of simplicity, of a narrative that required no explanation, of a man who had not changed and was not asking to be believed about having changed. In a pack with a complicated memory, there was a faction that found the absence of complication genuinely appealing. It was not the majority, but it was significant. Remy had thought about this all day while performing the observation phase with the precision it required. He had been, by his own assessment, very good today. He had moved through the pack's Monday rhythms with the Calloway register calibrated correctly, had spoken with the right people in the right order, had presented the bloodlines standing as a thing already restored rather than a thing being sought. He had been extraordinary. He had been extremely tired of being extraordinary. He heard the news about Callum in the East Common Space, from Sable, who had it from a reliable secondary source within the hour. The neutralization had not been physical. Callum had underestimated the pack's institutional attention to its own procedures. He had, in the course of the observation phase, made 3 documented remarks about the old Alpha's administration that were favorable enough to constitute a formal endorsement under pack law's interpretation of challenge conduct guidelines. Finn's committee had flagged them. The flagging did not eliminate Callum's claim, but it placed a procedural note in the formal record that would be present at the Elder Block's final assessment before the blood moon. He endorsed Harkan, Remy said. Not explicitly, favorably referenced his administration's approach to enforcement discipline, twice in public and once in a formal faction conversation. The committee has 3 witnesses. Sable poured tea with the economy of someone who had been waiting all day to deliver specific information. Finn's note in the record is very short and says almost nothing. It will mean a great deal. Remy looked at the table. He thought about Callum's face at the first fire Saturday night. The pleasant ease of a man who believed he was winning an argument that the room had already moved past. He thought about what Caspian had said at that same fire. The pack knows the difference between a story someone tells about you and the thing they've actually seen. He thought about Callum choosing, under observation, to be exactly who he was, and Caspian choosing, under the same observation, to be exactly who he was. He had been watching Caspian for 3 days. He had told himself, each time, that he was watching for political intelligence. He had stopped believing this on Saturday afternoon in the courtyard and had continued watching anyway. Caspian under observation was Caspian under no observation at all, which was the thing that made the watching difficult to file under intelligence. The same man at the drainage problem, as at the elder meeting, as at the fire at the edge of the challenge ground. Not performing steadiness. Simply steady. Not performing care for the pack's actual concerns. Simply caring. The particular exhaustion of performing goodness was in Caspian's demeanor, not because it was missing entirely, but because it was so deeply integrated that the exhaustion had become a kind of ease. The work had become him. That was what 5 years looked like when they were the right 5 years. Remy had felt something when he understood this that he did not have a word for. He thought it might be pride, the kind that arrived without agenda, that did not require anything from the person it was aimed at, that was simply the accurate recognition of something worth recognizing. He had told Sable this Sunday night in the dim corridor outside their rooms because Sable was the only person he said plain things to. She had not said, "I told you so." She had said, very quietly, "What are you going to do with that?" And he had stood in the corridor and held the question and not answered it. He answered it now, in the empty strategy room with a cleared table and the north meadow visible in one day until the blood moon. He went to find Caspian. He was at the east boundary fence. Of course he was. Remy knew the spatial patterns by now, the way Caspian distributed himself through the pack's territory at specific times of day, and the boundary fence at end of day was one of the patterns, the standing at the east and looking out that was probably not so different from Remy's own tendency to find the edges of rooms before deciding whether to stay. He crossed the territory in the late afternoon light, the cold arriving early now with the sun going down, and stopped a few feet from the fence because stopping a few feet away was what felt right. Caspian looked at him, not surprised, the way he was not surprised when Remy appeared, as though the possibility had been accounted for and the actual arrival was simply the possibility resolving. "The observation phase is done," Remy said. "Yes." Callum's procedural flag. "I heard." Caspian turned back to the east. He did it to himself. I wasn't going to do it for him. "I know." They were quiet for a moment. The east territory in the late light, the fence line running into the dimming distance, the old-growth tree line dark against the sky. "I spoke to Vesper yesterday," Remy said. "I know you did. I asked her to wait." She agreed. A pause. 3 days. Which is now 2. What will you do after the 2 days? He thought about this. He had been thinking about it since Sunday breakfast, since the message in his pocket, since the conversation with Vesper in the north wing with both of them standing rather than sitting. "I don't know," he said. "I have a framework for what the blood moon produces. I don't have a framework for what I do with the result, whichever way it goes." He paused. "I stopped building exit routes. I don't have a new map." Caspian was quiet for a moment. "That's new," he said. "Yes." "Is it bad?" Remy looked at the east territory. The last of the light was leaving it, the long amber hour compressing toward dark. "It's terrifying," he said, "and I think that might mean it's right." He heard the words after he'd said them and recognized them for what they were. One more plain thing, said to the east fence and the cold air, not quite to Caspian, but not pretending he wasn't there either. Caspian turned to look at him. The amber eyes in the last light, the scar through the left eyebrow, the jaw not doing the holding thing for once, just open and present. "I've been thinking about something Stellan said," Caspian said. "What?" He was quiet for a moment that had the quality of a decision being completed. "There are things you don't know about the 5 years," he said. "Things I've learned in the last few days that you should know. Not tonight, not before the blood moon, but after." He held Remy's gaze. "After the challenge, I need to tell you something." Remy looked at him. Something moved through him that was not quite alarm and not quite relief. The specific sensation of a door opening onto a room you had suspected was there, but had not been ready to enter. "All right," he said. "It's not bad news," Caspian said. "Or not only bad news. It's complicated news. The kind that changes the shape of what you know. You're being unusually opaque. I'm being careful. The jaw did the thing brief. I want to tell you in the right way. Not here, not on the night before the blood moon, not in the middle of everything that's about to happen. Remy stood at the fence with the cold air and Caspian's careful words and the specific awareness of something held in reserve, something that mattered, something that was going to change the shape of several other things when it arrived. All right, he said again. They stood at the fence until the last of the light was gone and the cold settled into the serious register it adopted after dark. The blood moon would rise tonight in its approach, not yet full, not yet at peak, but visible and present and carrying what it was going to become. What happens tonight, Remy said, before the formal proceedings? Is there a thing you do? Caspian seemed surprised by the question, not offended, surprised in the way that meant it had not occurred to him that the question existed. I run the boundary route in the morning. That's the only thing. In the morning? Yes. And tonight? A pause. Tonight, I'll probably sit with the challenge schedule and not read it. Remy looked at him. What? Caspian said. Nothing. He looked back at the East Territory. I do that. When I'm finished preparing for something and the preparation is complete and there's nothing left to do but wait for it. He paused. I hold whatever I've been working toward and I don't look at it, because looking at it too directly before the moment collapses it somehow. Caspian was quiet for a moment. Yes. So you hold it. I hold it. What are you holding? Remy said. Quiet. Not a demand. The kind of question that assumed the right to silence if silence was what arrived. Caspian looked at him for a long moment. The alpha title, he said, and the other thing. He said it simply, the way he said everything he meant. Both of them. Remy held his gaze. Good night, Remy said. Good night. He walked back toward the complex. He did not look back. Behind him the fence line ran east, and the blood moon was rising and the cold was thorough and complete. He went to his room. Sable was not in the corridor. He was grateful for this. He sat at the small desk and looked at the cleared surface and thought about what Caspian had said, the alpha title and the other thing. Both of them. He thought about 32 days of building something he had not intended to build. He thought about the terrace and the cold stars, and I left because I was afraid. He thought about the positioning statement and the exit route and the map he had stopped updating. He thought about the other thing. He sat with it for a long time, without looking at it too directly, because looking at it too directly before the moment collapsed it somehow. Then he went to sleep. In the morning the blood moon was 1 day away. Chapter 19. The question he promised he wouldn't ask. POV. Caspian. He ran the boundary route in the morning. It was the same route it had always been. 3 miles north along the ridge, 2 miles east where the tree line broke and the territory opened, then back through the old-growth corridor. He had run it through every kind of weather and at every level of his own interior state, and it had never solved anything, and he had never expected it to. The point was not solution. The point was the body moving, the feet finding the known ground, the proof in repetition that he was still the person who chose this, daily, even now. Especially now. He ran the full route. His breath clouded in the cold. The sky was the particular metallic white of winter mornings before the sun fully committed to the day. The blood moon would peak tonight. The challenge circle would open at sundown. Everything he had built was going to have an answer tonight, one way or another. He thought about Stellan's accounting and Remy's face at the east fence, and the particular quality of carrying something that was going to be given to someone soon. He thought tonight. He came back and showered and ate and went through the morning with the precise attention that significant days deserved. The pack had its own charge today, the particular electricity of people on the eve of something that would change their organizational structure, the knowing that tomorrow the pack would have an alpha or would not, and the shape of everything would shift accordingly. He moved through the charge steadily. He greeted the people he knew. He reviewed the formal challenge protocol one final time, not because it required reviewing, but because the review was the container for the morning. The formal challenge gathering assembled at the ridge at sundown. He had been at many significant things in his life. He had attended the old Alpha's formal challenge and stood in Harkin's service and done the things Harkin required of him. And he had been 22 years old and certain that this was the shape of the world. He had attended Harkin's fall 6 years later, having been one of the instruments of that fall, and stood in the aftermath of it and decided that the shape of the world was something he got to choose. This was different from both of those things. This was him, standing at the challenge circle with the blood moon swelling above the ridge, wearing his own colors, having built the 5 years himself, having chosen to be here as himself. The weight of it was not anxiety. It was something older than anxiety, the particular gravity of arriving at the thing you've been moving toward for a long time and finding it exactly as heavy as it should be. The pack gathered at the ridge the way they always did, bodies pressed close, the scent of pine and iron threading through cold air, the blood moon swelling fat and red above the tree-line. Caspian did not look at it. He looked at Remy. That was the problem. That had always been the problem, even now, even tonight, even with the alpha title and the 5 years and the formal challenge circle and Idris Fan at the head of it with his gray eyes and his folder. He could be standing at the edge of the most significant moment of his life and still find himself cataloging the exact angle of Remy Calloway's jaw in the firelight. Reformed villain, Stellan had once said, with a smile that meant he found it funny. Trying so hard, falling apart so spectacularly. Remy stood across the challenge circle with his arms crossed, and his expression doing that careful, constructed thing it did when he was fully performing, when the scheming socialite had taken over completely and locked everything real behind glass. Caspian had learned to read the difference over the past 32 days between the glass and what was behind it. This was the glass. Caspian knew what Remy looked like when he was actually unbothered. He knew the quarter-degree warmth and the Rayal laugh and the way his face changed when he forgot to perform. He knew the sentence said to the dark on the East Terrace and the exit route that had stopped being updated. He knew the specific posture of a man who was standing inside his own armor because he did not yet know how to stand outside it, who was wearing the performance because the performance was the only skin he was sure of. This was not unbothered. "You don't have to do this," Stellan said quietly, appearing at Caspian's shoulder. His voice was even. Stellan's voice was always even. Caspian thought about the West Common Space, the Monday conversation, the specific weight of a thing confessed after 5 years of being stored. He thought about what his brother had given him last night. Not absolution, but honesty, not resolution, but the shape of a thing finally visible. He looked at Stellan. Stellan, who was good at everything Caspian struggled with. Stellan, who had been there when Remy wasn't. Stellan, who looked at Remy the same way Caspian did and had the grace to be ashamed of it, and the honesty to have finally said so. Not a villain. Something more complicated. A good person who had made a self-serving choice and dressed it in protection, and who had been paying the cost, quietly, for 5 years. "I know," Caspian said. "Then why?" "Because I have to know if he'll let me." Stellan was quiet for a long moment. The fire snapped. Somewhere in the gathered pack, someone laughed, nervous and performative, the sound of people pretending the air wasn't charged with something older than ceremony. "He'll let you win," Stellan said finally. "That's not the same as what you're asking for." Caspian looked back at Remy. Remy was already looking at him. The formal challenge began. It began as it always began, posturing and circling, the theater of dominance that the pack required before it could believe in anything. 3 claimants in the circle, Callum and Caspian and Remy, the procedural flag and the formal record already doing its work on the Elder Blocks assessment. Caspian moved through the first phase with the steadiness he had prepared. He had not performed strength. He simply was what he was, and what he was had enough weight to occupy the circle without requiring additional emphasis. Callum was forceful and direct and entirely himself, which was, Caspian thought, genuinely admirable even as it was insufficient. You could respect someone's consistency and disagree completely with what they were consistent about. He had thought this for 5 years. It was still true. Remy was extraordinary. Of course he was. Even now, even in the challenge circle with the blood moon above and the pack watching with the full weight of their collective attention, he was calibrated precisely to the room, to the pack, to the specific frequency at which dominance became something other than violence and authority became something other than force. He moved through the circle with the elegant precision that his body had been trained to, the lean speed that had always been built for impression rather than force. He was also, Caspian could see, performing. The challenge moved through its phases. Finn called the procedural intervals. The blood moon climbed. The crowd of the pack pressed close, feeling the charge of it, the thing that happened in a challenge circle that was older than pack law and deeper than political structure. Something in the air that was not entirely ordinary. Caspian was steady. He had prepared for this. He was going to be exactly what he had built himself to be, and it was going to be enough, and it was going to mean what he needed it to mean. And then, 40 minutes in, Remy's constructed expression cracked. It was small, almost nothing. Half a second when the performance dropped and something underneath surfaced. Something that looked, with nauseating precision, like grief. Not the operational grief of someone managing a difficult situation. The other kind. The kind that had been stored for a long time and was very tired of being stored. Caspian stopped moving. The pack murmured. Someone called out. Callum, across the circle, had the expression of someone watching an opportunity open. The blood moon hung above them all, swollen and watching. He had promised himself he wouldn't ask. He had held the question for 32 days and 5 years, and had told himself that the challenge circle was not the place for it, that the blood moon night was not the moment, that there was a right time, and this was not it. He looked at Remy's face and saw the grief and the glass, and the specific cost of performing when the thing being performed around was exactly this. He asked, "Why did you leave?" His voice came out quieter than he intended. The pack went still. The fire snapped. The blood moon pulsed. Remy's expression closed like a hand making a fist. "That's not what this is," Remy said. "I know what this is. I am Uskin anyway." Caspian, 5 years. He took a step forward. Not threatening. Not dominant. Just closer, the way you moved towards something that mattered regardless of the consequences of the moving. "I've been waiting 5 years for an answer. I became someone different. I built something worth having. I did all of it without knowing why you walked away, and I need—" His voice fractured slightly on the word. He let it. He was not performing. He had stopped performing. "I need to understand before this means anything." The blood moon pulsed. The pack was absolutely still. Remy looked at him like a man standing at the edge of something he had been avoiding for a very long time, with an expression that was not the glass and not the grief, but something underneath both of them, something that was the person rather than the performance, stripped to the actual material. Then he turned. He walked out of the challenge circle. The pack erupted. Caspian stood in the center of it and watched him go, and the title he had spent 5 years working toward became, in this moment, completely weightless. Not gone, not abandoned. Weightless in the specific way of something that had been the most important thing in the room and had then, very suddenly, been replaced by something more important. Callum was speaking. Finn was calling for order. The pack was doing what packs did when something unexpected happened in a significant ceremony, redistributing its attention with the noise of it. Stellan appeared at his shoulder again. "Go," Stellan said. Caspian looked at him. Not for the challenge. Stellan's voice was quiet and exact. He was managing nothing. He was simply standing beside his brother and saying the plain thing. "Just go." Caspian looked at the space where Remy had been standing. He walked out of the challenge circle. Behind him the pack sounds rose, and Finn called for procedure, and Callum's voice carried with the satisfaction of a man watching an argument he had been making proven by the other side's behavior. All of it was real, and none of it was the most real thing currently happening. He walked through the gathered pack and out of the firelight and into the dark in the direction Remy had gone. The title, the 5 years, the building and the proof and the closing argument, all of it was still true. All of it still mattered. He was not abandoning it. He was simply, for the first time in 5 years, understanding that the proof had never been the point. The work had been real. The transformation had been real. But the title was not the destination. The title had always been a door he was trying to walk through towards something else. He knew where Remy went when he needed to not be perceived. He walked to the tree line. Chapter 20, What 5 Years Actually Cost. POV both. Caspian. The challenge circle was still audible from here. The sound carried in the cold. Finn's voice calling for procedural order. the pack's noise redistributing, the particular quality of a gathering that had expected one thing and received something else and was still deciding what to do with the difference. He stood at the edge of the challenge ground and let it go. Not the title, not the 5 years, not the work, which was real and would remain real regardless of tonight's procedural outcome. He let go of the idea that the Alpha Challenge was the container for everything he had built, the closing argument he had been making, the proof whose completion would finally render the question of who he was into something settled and answered. The question of who he was had been answered. He had built the answer. The building was done. The title could follow from that, or not, and the work would still be the work. He stood at the edge of the firelight and looked into the dark toward the tree line and admitted to himself that he had walked out of the challenge circle, and he was glad he had walked out of the challenge circle, and the gladness was clean and without apology. The old oak was at the pack boundary. He knew this the way he knew Remy's spatial patterns, the places Remy went when he needed to not be perceived. The hollow low enough to sit in, the tree with enough age in it to be indifferent to the things humans and wolves brought to its roots. He moved through the dark toward it. Behind him, the sound of the pack settling. Stellan's voice, brief and competent, managing something. He would be managing things for some time. That was all right. Stellan was the most competent person in most rooms, and the pack needed competence tonight. Caspian needed the tree line. He stopped walking. He stood in the dark between the challenge ground and the tree line, and he did something he had not done in a long time. He stood still and let himself feel the full weight of the thing without naming it, without containing it, without doing anything with it at all. The blood moon was at its peak. He had 5 years of becoming. He had a brother who had done a complicated thing for real reasons that were not only the reasons they appear to be. He had a man at the tree line who had been afraid and had left and had come back and had been in his territory for 32 days and had stopped updating the exit route and had said, "I left because I was afraid to the cold, dark air." He was not performing any of this. He was simply standing in it, the full weight of it, the way it felt to be exactly where he was. He started walking again. Remy. He found the oak without thinking about it, which told him something about how deep the habit had gone. In every new territory he had been in, he had always located, within the first few days, the place that was available when you needed to not be perceived. The tree at the pack boundary was the place he had identified in week 1. The hollow was low enough to sit in if you folded yourself right. He was not sitting in it. He was leaning against the bark with his hands at his sides and his eyes on the blood moon and his face doing, for the first time in 32 days, nothing in particular at all. He was aware that he had just walked out of a formal Alpha Challenge. He was aware of what that meant, procedurally and politically, and in terms of the Calloway, Standing and Vesper's assessment of the situation, and the Monday conversation with Finn that had been postponed by 3 days and would now happen in a very different context. He held all of this awareness with the part of his mind that filed things, and he let it stay there, and the rest of him looked at the blood moon. The blood moon was very red. He had known this intellectually, had understood the phase and the atmospheric conditions that produced the color, had filed it as relevant environmental data for the challenge's ceremonial context. Looking at it now, in the actual, with no performance required and no faction meeting to prepare for and no exit route to update, it was simply what it was, a very large red moon above a tree line, doing the thing moons did, indifferent to everything below it. He had walked out of the challenge circle because Caspian had asked him why he left, and his expression had cracked, and the performance had not come back in time. He had been running the performance for 32 days. It had come back every other time. Tonight, with Caspian standing in the center of the challenge circle, having stopped moving in the middle of a formal blood moon challenge to look at him with the amber eyes in the firelight and ask why, the performance had not come back. He thought about what that meant. He thought it probably meant that the performance was finally a size smaller than what it was supposed to be containing. Sable appeared at the edge of the trees. She did not say anything clever. She crossed the distance between the tree line and the oak and sat down on the ground near the hollow with the ease of someone who had decided that the ground was fine and that being near a person who needed to not be perceived did not require being invisible yourself. He looked at her. She looked up at him. The blood moon was above them both. The challenge, he said. Yes, she said. Not pressing, just confirming that she knew, that she had been watching, that she was here. He thought about Caspian stopping in the middle of the challenge circle, about the voice that had fractured on the word need, the quiet of it, the specific cost of saying a true thing loudly and clearly in front of the pack and not caring about the cost. He thought about 5 years of being the person who walked away from real things because the real things were dangerous. I think, he said, that I have been protecting myself from something that already happened. Sable was quiet for a moment. I know, she said, not cleverly, not as a turning point or a revelation or a thing she had been waiting to hear so she could do something with it. Just, I know, the quiet confirmation of someone who had been watching a person for 4 years and loved them and had known this for some time and had been waiting without pressure for the person to know it themselves. He leaned against the bark and looked at the moon. I walked out of the circle, he said. I know. The Calloway claim. I know. Vesper is going to. I know. Her voice was gentle. Remy, I know all of the things that are going to happen because of tonight. You know them too. You can run the whole list right now without any help from me. She paused. What I'm interested in is what happens after the list. He was quiet. The blood moon was at its peak. The pack sounds are distant and managing themselves. The tree was old enough to be indifferent. I don't know how to want something that's just true, he said. He had said this before, to her, in this challenge, and in the years before it, in various formulations. Not useful, not strategic, just true. I know. I've been doing it, I think, without calling it that. He looked at his hands. Steady, as they always were. He had practiced this for a long time, and the practice held even now. 32 days of not calling it what it was. Sable was quiet, which was her most useful register. He asked me why I left, Remy said, in the middle of the Blood Moon Challenge, in front of the whole pack. I heard. That was not his most controlled moment. Sable's mouth curved slightly. No, it was honest, though. Yes. He looked at the blood moon. He thought about 32 days. He thought about the East Terrace and the cold and the door he had left open on purpose and the exit route that had been obsolete for 2 weeks and the specific feeling of standing at the East fence yesterday evening with Caspian saying the alpha title and the other thing and holding both. He thought about Stellan, about the thing Caspian had said at the fence. There are things you don't know about the 5 years. Complicated news, the kind that changes the shape of what you know. He had been holding that since yesterday. He did not know what it meant. He only knew that Caspian had wanted to tell him, had been careful about the telling, had said not tonight, not before the blood moon, but after. After. There would be an after. Whatever happened in the challenge circle, there would be an after, and Caspian had been planning to be in it. He's coming, Sable said. He looked up. She was looking toward the challenge ground, toward the space between the firelight and the tree line. She said it without alarm, without weight, just the flat observation of someone reporting a fact. I know, Remy said. He turned to face the direction she was looking. He waited. The blood moon was past its peak and beginning its descent, and the cold was the cold, and the tree was old enough to be indifferent, and somewhere between the fire and the dark a man was walking through the pack's territory toward the place Remy went when he needed to not be perceived. The fact of this was in itself the whole answer to the question Remy had been not asking himself for 32 days. He straightened slightly, not performing, just present. The figure emerged from the dark at the tree line edge. Caspian. He stopped a few feet away. He did not reach for Remy. He looked at him with the full, even attention that had been, from the beginning, the thing Remy could not find a defense for because it asked for nothing, because it was simply there. Remy looked back. Between them, the blood moon's light lay on the ground in a color that was both beautiful and slightly wrong, the way all truly significant things had a quality that was slightly wrong, that announced their significance by being just outside the ordinary. Sable rose from the ground, brushed off her coat, and walked in the direction of the challenge complex without being asked. Caspian watched her go. Then he looked at Remy. You're going to lose the title, Remy said. I know. You worked for years. I know. It doesn't bother you. A pause. Not right now, Caspian said. The blood moon turned above them, slow and vast and red, and the old oak was at their backs, and the pack was somewhere behind the tree line, managing its own upheaval. This was the after. Remy looked at the man who had built 5 years in the direction of something he needed to be seen doing, who had stopped in the middle of the most significant night of that project to ask a question that had nothing to do with the project, who was standing in the dark at the pack boundary with the title bleeding out behind him and the blood moon going over, and nothing on his face, but the thing that had always been there, the looking at what was actually there that did not require anything from. What found? He was ready. He did not know yet what he was ready for, exactly. But he was done not knowing what he wanted, done filing the wanting under incorrect categories, done maintaining the performance around the one person who had never asked him to perform. Tell me, Remy said, what you said at the fence. The things I don't know. Caspian looked at him. All right, he said, and he told him. Chapter 21, The Oak Tree at the Pack Boundary. POV. Caspian. The cold was the kind that reached through clothing and found the skin underneath, the specific cold of night that had been building toward something and had now arrived at the aftermath of it. The blood moon was past its peak. It had begun its slow westward turn, still enormous, still red, but no longer at the apex that had made the challenge circle feel like the center of something ancient and watching. Caspian stood 3 feet from Remy Calloway and finished telling him what his brother had done. He said it plainly, the way he said everything he meant. The standing order. Harkin's provision. The private conversation Stellan had with Remy 5 years ago in the pack-adjacent accommodation that had not been witnessed by anyone, in which Stellan had told the complete truth about a real threat and made a self-serving choice with the same breath and had dressed the second thing as the first. He said all of it without editorial, without softening. When he finished, the night continued to be the night it had been, cold and wide and indifferent to the humans standing in it. The tree at the pack boundary was very old. It had been here before Harkin. It would be here after whatever this was. Remy was quiet for a long time. He did not move. He was doing the thing he did when he was genuinely threatened, going very still, going very precise, the charm entirely absent, only the clean material of the person underneath. His hands were at his sides. His face was the face Caspian had been cataloging for 32 days, the one that appeared when the performance had nothing to perform for, and it was doing something that Caspian recognized and did not look away from. He was processing, arranging, taking a thing apart to see its actual structure. Caspian let him. Your brother told me, Remy said finally. His voice was stripped of everything constructed, not raw exactly, but reduced to its actual material, the specific voice that lived underneath the register shifting and the calibrated warmth. That spring, he came to the accommodation I was using on the pack's outer boundary. I knew he'd sought me out specifically. I thought it was about you, that there was something about your state of mind I should understand before the challenge. A pause. It was about Harkin's standing order. He told me everything you told him, Caspian said. Everything, Remy agreed, and there was something in the word that was not quite a question. He was precise. The provision, the documented cases, the 3 pack members Harkin had already flagged, and what had happened to one of them. He stopped. I believed him. I had no reason not to believe him. The threat was exactly the kind of threat Harkin ran, the kind of thing his administration did, the kind of standing order that was designed to be discovered and believed because it was true. He exhaled. I checked. Months later I checked, when I could do it without being identified as someone checking, and everything he told me was accurate. The records existed. The flag members were real. He was quiet for a moment. The threat was real. I know, Caspian said. I want you to understand that. I'm not. He stopped again. Started over. In the careful way, he started over when what he had first reached for was not quite the right shape. I'm not telling you the threat was constructed. I'm not giving you a version where my leaving was entirely managed. The threat was real, and the leaving was the correct response to a real threat. He looked at the blood moon. I left because I was afraid, and because the danger was actual, and because those 2 things arrived together, and I used one of them to do the work of both. The admission landed with the weight of something that had been stored for a very long time, and Caspian did not rush it. When I checked the records, Remy continued, You were already not the same person. 6 months. 6 months, and you had made choices that were visible even from the outside, changes that the pack was registering, and you were already in the process of becoming something that had nothing to do with me and everything to do with who you had decided to be. His jaw tightened briefly. I understood, when I looked at the records, what had happened. The full shape of it. The threat was real. The warning was also convenient. The person who delivered it had reasons that were not only yours. He glanced at Caspian, and by the time I understood all of that, the damage was done, and you had already built something worth looking at, and arriving with the explanation at that point seemed like its own kind of damage, Caspian said. Remy held his gaze for a moment. Yes. The blood moon turned above them. Somewhere back in the pack's territory, the sounds of the challenge's dissolution were settling into something quieter. The procedural noise tapering as Finn and Stellan and the pack's ordinary competence managed the aftermath of an extraordinary night. Caspian did not think about it. He was here. That was all that was operationally relevant. I was furious, Caspian said. He had said this in the ending reference in the part of his mind that knew his own voice clearly enough to recognize when he was about to say the true thing. He said it now the way he said it then. Not for effect, not toward anything, just the fact of it laid plainly beside the other facts. When you left, for a long time I was furious, and then for a long time I was something else, and then I stopped assigning a name to it, and just built toward being someone who deserved better than what I'd been. I told myself the problem was me, that you had looked at what was there and made a correct assessment, and the only response to a correct assessment was to become different. The problem wasn't you. I know that now. I should have. Remy stopped. The sentence didn't finish itself. He stood with it for a moment, and Caspian watched him hold a thing that was not quite regret and not quite apology, but was something precise and real that sat in the space between those words. You left because the threat was real, Caspian said, and because Stellan's warning was designed to be believed, and because you were 22 years old and someone you trusted told you that staying would get you removed, and the evidence supported it. He paused. You couldn't have stayed. I could have come back. His voice was very quiet. When I understood the shape of it, I could have, and you would have arrived to find me building something, Caspian said, and you would have wondered if telling me would collapse the building or serve only you, and you would have made a calculation. He watched Remy's face, and the calculation would have said, the damage is already done. The leaving is already real. What you arrived with could only rearrange the pain, not undo it. Remy looked at him. You know how I think, he said. I know how you think when you're afraid of something real, Caspian said. I've been watching you for 32 days. Something shifted in Remy's expression, subtle and fundamental, the way the ground shifted before an earthquake that did not end up being as bad as the warning. He looked at Caspian with the hazel green eyes that went warmer when he forgot to perform and were currently as warm as Caspian had ever seen them, which was not something Caspian had a framework for and did not require one. I never stopped waiting, Caspian said. He had not planned to say it. It came out of him the way the question in the challenge circle had come out. Not performed, not positioned, just true, and true things had a way of arriving without asking permission when he was standing in front of Remy Calloway in the dark. Remy looked at him for a long moment. Something in his face came undone, not dramatically, not the way it happened in the stories the pack told about blood moon revelations, with lightning and howling and the earth remembering something ancient. Just quietly, the specific way a person's face changed when they had been waiting, without admitting it, for permission to stop holding the shape that didn't fit. The performance was not gone. It was never going to be entirely gone. It was part of him, built into his structure, and Caspian was not asking for its absence. He was asking for the thing underneath to be allowed to exist at the same time. And it was, right now, in the red light of the blood moon past its peak, it was. Remy exhaled. I played every one, he said. His voice was barely above quiet, stripped down to the actual material of the thing, nothing manufactured in it. I walked into this challenge with a plan and a board, and every piece placed for a specific purpose. I was going to use you. I was going to use the Alliance to restore the Calloway, standing and walk away with something to show for it, and not leave anything behind that I didn't intend to leave. He looked at his hands. The hands that never fidgeted, that he had made steady over years of practice, that were steady now in the way that steady things were when the steadiness was real and not performed. I was certain I could do it. I have done it. I know how to want things strategically. I know how to walk into a room and want exactly what's useful to want and not want anything else. He stopped. I didn't plan on you being you. What do you mean? I mean, I forgot. He looked up, the hazel green eyes direct, the warmth in them real and unmanaged and permanent in the way that things became permanent when they stopped being decided moment by moment and became simply the condition. I had filed you. 5 years, and I had put the whole of what you were into a category I could manage. The category had a label on it, and I kept the label on it, and I did not open it because opening it required something I had stopped trusting myself to have. He paused, and then I arrived here, and you were... The word came out with the quality of something both simple and devastating, the quality of an observation that had been true for 32 days and had been refused its name until now. You were exactly what you had always been, and also someone I had never met, and the category did not fit anymore. And I spent 3 weeks trying to make it fit, and it would not fit, and I ran out of ways to make it fit before I ran out of challenge. Caspian was very still. I forgot what it was like, Remy said. Being seen by someone who doesn't want something from it. The blood moon was above them, and the old oak was behind Remy, and the cold was thorough and complete, and Caspian was standing 3 feet from the person who had been in the architecture of the last 5 years, in the way that absence built its own structure, shaped rooms around its own shape, and he understood now what the 5 years had actually been. Not an argument he had been making to the pack, or to the title, or to himself. An argument he had been making to this specific hazel green gaze in the dark. Come back and find me worth it. Come back and find me changed. He had not known he was making it. He had not known, until this moment, that it had been heard. What do we do with that? Caspian said. It was not a demand, not a claim. Just the question that arrived after 32 days and 5 years had rearranged themselves into the only question that mattered. Remy looked at him for a moment. I don't know, he said. The honesty in it was complete and undecorated. I have a framework for every other outcome in this territory. I have a framework for the blood moon and the challenge result, and Vesper's repositioning and Finn's procedural fallout, and what happens to the Calloway standing. He was quiet. I don't have a framework for this. What does it feel like? Without the framework. Something crossed Remy's face that Caspian had never seen on it before. Not the warmth he had been cataloging. Not the grief that had cracked the performance in the challenge circle. Something quieter and less managed. The expression of a person arriving somewhere they had been avoiding for a very long time and finding it different from what they had imagined. Terrifying, Remy said, and possibly correct. Caspian looked at him. He was aware of the 3 feet between them, the specific distance he had maintained since he arrived at the oak, because arriving differently would have been a demand he had not earned the right to make. He was aware of what he wanted, had been aware of it in the clear-sighted way of someone who had stopped pretending he didn't know his own interior, and he did not move toward it because the not yet of the moment had its own weight and its own rightness, the weight of 2 people who had finally stopped performing at each other and were simply in the same place. I need to tell you something else, Caspian said. Remy waited. I'm glad I asked, Caspian said. In the circle, I know it dissolved the challenge. I know what the procedural consequence is. I know Finn is going to have opinions. He held Remy's gaze. I'm not sorry I asked. I spent 5 years not asking, and I would have spent 5 more, and the question was always going to be the same question, and it was going to go on being the most important thing in every room I walked into until it was answered. He paused. I'm glad it was tonight. Remy held his gaze for a long, unhurried moment. So, am I, he said quietly. The blood moon continued to turn in its slow arc. Caspian stayed where he was. Remy stayed where he was. Between them, the red light lay on the ground like something borrowed from a different kind of night, and the old oak was indifferent to them both, and behind the tree line the pack had its upheaval, and Stellan had his competence, and the procedural fallout was going to be whatever it was going to be. None of that was the most real thing currently happening. Caspian looked at Remy in the dark and thought, here, After 5 years and a challenge circle and a question he should not have asked in front of an entire pack assembled under a blood moon, here was the place he had been moving toward. Not the alpha title, not the proof of transformation. This, the man who knew every room he'd ever walked into, who had never in 32 days looked at Caspian the way he looked at other people, who looked at what was actually there and had for the first time in a very long time let himself be looked at in return. The pack is going to want answers, Remy said. His voice had shifted back slightly toward the working register. Not performing, not closing, just the practical part of him observing the situation with the accuracy it always applied. Yes, Finn is going to have strong feelings about the procedural dissolution of the challenge. Almost certainly. Vesper is going to be furious. Probably. My claim is effectively finished. Caspian looked at him steadily. What do you want to do about that? Remy was quiet for a moment. He looked at the blood moon, then back at Caspian. In the red light, his face was its own version of beautiful and complicated and honest. The silver scar at the corner of his mouth catching the light. The dark auburn hair that looked black in most light showing just the edge of its warmth. I want to think about it, he said. Tonight I want to stand here and not think about anything procedural. And in the morning I want to think about what I actually want. He said the last word with the particular weight of someone practicing the sentence for the first time, using it deliberately, choosing the word won over the words need and intend and plan as though the choosing itself was the point. All right, Caspian said. They stood at the oak tree with the blood moon past its peak and the cold around them and the pack somewhere beyond the tree line, managing its upheaval. And neither of them moved toward anything and neither of them moved away. It was the most honest Caspian had been since the challenge circle. It was, he thought, the most honest he had been in 5 years. It was enough. For now, it was enough. Chapter 22. What Stellan carried home. POV. Stellan. The pack did not fall apart. This was, in Stellan's estimation, one of the more reliable things about packs. They did not fall apart. They had the specific collective intelligence of organizations that had survived discontinuities before and knew, without discussion, which structures needed to remain load-bearing while the central architecture was being reconfigured. Idris Finn called for procedural order and achieved it. The challenge ground dispersed into its factions and sub-factions with the controlled noise of something being properly managed rather than abandoned. People who had been watching the challenge circle with the particular intensity of a community about to learn something significant redirected their attention, by gradual and pragmatic degrees, toward the question of what came next. Stellan moved through all of it. He had 2 hours of it. The conversations he was the correct person to have, the reassurances he was the correct person to offer, the confirmations he was the correct person to make. He spoke with Finn privately for 11 minutes. In the quiet of the procedural tent that had been erected at the challenge ground's edge, and Finn said what Finn said in situations like this, which was precise and carefully unhurried and addressed to the institutional structure rather than to any individual within it. The formal challenge had been procedurally dissolved. The blood moon had peaked. The procedural calendar for a reconvened challenge would be assessed by the Elder Committee and announced within 3 days. The Calloway claim's formal status was pending Calloway's statement of intent, which had not yet been filed. The Voss claim's formal status was pending a similar statement. Caspian will file appropriately, Stellan said. Finn's gray eyes noted him. I have no doubt, he said. It was not quite approval, and it was not quite the absence of approval, and Stellan had been reading Finn's distinctions for long enough to understand that it was the closest Finn came to it, under these circumstances, which was its own form of communication. He spoke with Harwick's faction representative, and with the younger Pelham members who had been part of the Voss-Calloway alignment and needed to understand that the alignment's political value had not collapsed with the challenge circle's dissolution, and with 2 of the older pack members whose memories ran back to challenges that had dissolved under significantly worse circumstances and who took some comfort in the reminder. He arranged Caspian's quarters would be available when Caspian returned, whenever that was. He made certain the challenge ground's fire was properly managed through the night's remaining hours. He did all of this with the competence that had always been his particular contribution to every room he entered, and when he had done enough of it that the room could manage the rest without him, he stopped. He went to the small room in the east wing that was his accommodation for the duration of the challenge, which was spare and functional and had, by virtue of being his, become the room he came back to when the day had asked everything of him. He sat down. The blood moon was visible through the room's single east-facing window. Its peak had passed. It was turning in its slow descent, still red, still enormous, the particular color of something that had been carrying a weight for a very long time and was in the process of setting it down. He sat with the window and the moon and the quiet of the east wing, for which the pack's challenge ground noise had fully receded, and he let himself, finally, be still. He had been managing things for 2 hours. He was very good at managing things. He had been managing things his entire adult life with a competence that was not performed, that was genuinely who he was, and he would not have wanted to be someone different. The managing was real. The care underneath, it was real. It did not stop him from also being the person who had stood in a private accommodation 5 years ago and told Remy Calloway about Harkin's standing order with the complete accuracy of someone who had checked the facts and the complete omission of someone who had also, privately, wanted Remy gone. He had been living with both of those things for 5 years. The facts of the threat and the fact of the convenience, held together in the same interior space, neither of them resolving the other, neither of them being canceled by the other. Stellan was not the kind of person who required his own complexity to simplify. He had looked at what he did, and he had seen it completely, and he had been paying the cost of it in the quiet private ledger that nobody else had access to, in the specific currency of knowing. He had paid it tonight by telling Caspian. He had not planned to. He had told himself, for 5 years, that the telling served only him, that the accounting was internal, and the making it visible would only distribute the damage without repairing it. He had believed this. He still believed it was partly true, but the challenge had arrived and Remy had arrived with it, and Stellan had watched two people spend 32 days moving toward each other while carrying the weight of the same 5-year gap between them, and he had understood, finally, that the gap had his name inside it, and that what he had been calling discretion was at least partly cowardice, and that Caspian deserved to have all the pieces. He had told his brother what he had done. He thought about the west common space. The afternoon light, low and long. The late hour of a Monday with the blood moon 2 days away. He thought about Caspian's face during the telling. The steady attention of his brother receiving a significant thing, without collapsing it. Holding it with the particular quality that Stellan had always found both admirable and slightly humbling. The ability to receive a complicated truth about someone you loved, without requiring it to be simpler than it was. He thought about what Caspian had said at the end of it. I know who you are. I know what you are. This is both of those things. I know both of them. He had been carrying the weight of 5 years, partly to protect his brother from exactly that knowledge. Not only that, but partly that. And then Caspian had received the knowledge and had not been broken by it, and had not been changed in the way Stellan had privately feared, had simply absorbed it with the same steadiness that Caspian applied to things that were real and difficult and required being held without being managed. Stellan looked at the blood moon. He thought about Remy. He thought about the East Common Space on day 11 of the challenge. The morning coffee, the quality of the conversation he had been having with Remy that he had not, in itself, done anything to earn. Remy being honest with him in the particular way Remy was honest with people he had assessed as capable of managing it. Remy asking a question about the old Alpha's challenge and following Stellan's answer with a second question that demonstrated he had been listening precisely, not just waiting to speak. The quality of it, the specific quality of a conversation that was going somewhere, the way real conversations went somewhere rather than circling at a maintained distance. He had not told Remy that morning that he was the reason Remy had left. He had carried it through the conversation the way he had carried it for 5 years, present in everything, named in nothing. He thought about Caspian now at the tree line. He did not know exactly what was happening at the tree line. He had stood at the challenge circle's edge and watched his brother walk out of it, and he had felt the specific thing he had felt since Remy Calloway arrived 32 days ago, watching the two of them in the working sessions and the faction meetings in the East Common Space and the edges of fires. The thing that was partly his own complicated grief and partly, purely, an acknowledgement. It was going to happen. He had known for weeks that it was going to happen. The knowledge had required him to look at a thing he had been not looking at for 5 years, which was the distance between protecting someone and wanting something for yourself, and the way those two things had lived in one moment 5 years ago in the same action. He stood and went to the small writing surface in the room's corner. There was paper in the desk drawer. He found it without turning on the room's overhead light, using only the red light of the blood moon through the window, which was enough. He sat down. He had thought about writing to Remy before. He had never done it. He had told himself, each time, that the letter was for him, not for Remy, that sending it would deposit the weight of his accounting onto someone who had not asked to receive it, and that this was a form of selfishness dressed as honesty. He had told himself this, and he had believed it, and he still believed it, and he was also aware that he was no longer sure the distinction was clean. He had told Caspian. He had not told Remy. He picked up the pen. He did not write an apology. He was not certain an apology was what he had, or what was deserved, or whether the word covered what needed to be said. He wrote, instead, what he knew, which was that the threat had been real, and the warning had been true, and he had told a true thing and had been, in the telling of it, also serving himself, and had known this and not named it, and had chosen to call the whole of it protection because the threat was sufficient justification and the self-serving convenience was, in the moment, invisible to him in the way that convenient things were often invisible when you did not look for them. He wrote that the 5 years were the cost of a choice he had made while believing he was making a different choice entirely, and that he had been paying the cost in the private currency of knowing, and that Caspian now knew, and that Remy would know, in whatever configuration that knowing arrived. He wrote that Remy was one of the most effective and difficult and genuinely admirable people he had encountered, and that the relationship between admiration and desire was something he had spent 5 years sorting out, and that the sorting was not complete, and that incomplete sorting was not the same as unresolved, and that some things could be simultaneously true and held without requiring either of them to cancel the other. He wrote, I'm not a villain in this story. That would be simpler. I'm a person who loved my brother and wanted something for myself, and used one of those things to do the work of both, and then spent 5 years watching the work and knowing what it cost. He wrote, the blood moon tonight is going to produce something. I don't know what. I know that both of the people involved are more capable of being honest with themselves than I was at the moment that mattered, and I hope that is enough, and I believe that it is. He set down the pen. The letter was 3 pages. It was not going anywhere. He folded it in thirds and put it in the drawer and looked at the blood moon, which had continued its descent in the time it had taken him to say all of that to the page, and was now nearly a third of the way toward the tree line. He thought about Caspian at the east fence the previous evening, the challenge schedule in hand, the steady, unhurried gait returning from the maintenance problem site, the particular quality of someone who had been working on something for so long that the work had become indistinguishable from a person. He thought about the 5 years of Caspian building himself, brick by careful brick, in the quiet and specific grief of not knowing, and the brick that had Stellan's name on it in the architecture of that not knowing, and the fact that Caspian had taken the brick out and looked at it and put it back in exactly its place and kept building. He thought about what it meant to be loved by someone who knew you completely. He thought, I have spent 5 years in the specific shame of having done one thing badly, and I have let that shame do more work than it deserved, and that is its own kind of hiding. He stood up. He opened the window slightly, not for the cold but for the air, and leaned against the wall beside it, and looked at the blood moon in the last portion of its arc over the East Territory. Below, in the packed complex, the night had its quiet. Someone in the far corridor, a low voice, the ordinary sounds of a community returning to itself after something significant. The fires at the challenge ground had been properly managed. The procedures were in motion. Tomorrow there would be meetings and statements, and the institutional machinery of the pack would engage with the question of what came next. He would be part of that. He was always part of that. It was genuinely who he was. He was also the person in this room who had spent 5 years carrying a letter he was only now writing, and who had written it, and who would, in the morning, decide whether and how to say any of it to the person it was written to. Not because it served Remy, because it was true, And because things that were true sometimes needed to be said to their actual subject, even when the saying was uncomfortable. And because he had been choosing the comfortable version of this accounting for 5 years, and the comfortable version had required everyone to carry more than they should have. The blood moon was a third of the way down. Stellan stood at the window and did not move and did not manage anything. He stayed there until the moon had set and the sky began, in the imperceptible way of early winter mornings, to lighten at the edges. Then he closed the window. He sat down at the writing surface again and looked at the folded letter in the drawer for a long moment. He picked it up. He put it in his jacket's inside pocket, where it would be when he needed to decide. Then he got up and went to wash his face and prepare for whatever the morning was going to require of him. It was going to require quite a lot. He was, as ever, prepared to provide it. What was different this morning from the morning before was a single thing. The letter in the inside pocket of his jacket, which was not yet delivered and might never be delivered, but which existed and was true, and whose existence was its own form of accounting, even the drawer, even unread. He looked at himself in the small mirror above the basin. 28 years old, the most competent person in most rooms. A man who had done a complicated thing for real reasons that were not only the reasons they appeared to be, and who had been paying the cost of it privately, and who had now set the cost down in the only form available to him, plain language in the dark, with only the blood moon for witness. He thought, that will have to be enough for now. He would have faced the morning. Chapter 23. The scheme I wasn't running. POV, Remy. He woke before the pack did, which was not unusual. He had always been an early waker, the specific inheritance of someone who had learned, young, that the time before other people were awake was the safest time to think, the time when the room had not yet filled with the considerations required for being observed. The pack complex was quiet. The cold from the east window was thorough and complete. The morning not quite dark anymore, but not yet committed to being light. The sky, the particular pre-dawn color that could not decide what it was going to be. He lay on his back and looked at the ceiling and thought about what he was going to do. He had thought about it at the oak tree. He had thought about it in the specific quiet of standing in the same place as Caspian with the blood moon above them, and the 5 years between them finally fully named, the shape of it complete, the ghost given a body and the body given a name, and the name belonging to a man who was not a villain, just a person who had made a self-serving choice and dressed it in protection and had been paying the cost of it ever since. He had thought about it in the slow walk back to the complex in the deep hours of the night, after Stellan had come and gone and the blood moon had set. He had thought about it in the hour before sleep came, which had arrived eventually, not heavily, but with the specific quality of genuine exhaustion after a day that had asked everything of you and received it. He was going to withdraw the Calloway claim. He sat with the decision for another moment, examining it the way he examined everything, checking the structure of it, looking for the place where the argument didn't hold, the assumption that was doing work it wasn't acknowledged to be doing. He found none. He had done this enough times that he trusted the absence of found flaws. The decision was clean. He was going to do it because the Calloway claim had been his vehicle, and his vehicle had become his mechanism, and his mechanism had become something he was inside of rather than in control of, and the moment you were inside a mechanism rather than operating, it was the moment to stop, step back, and decide whether the vehicle still served the direction you wanted to go. He was not going where he had come to go. This was not a failure. He examined that sentence too and found it accurate. He had come here with a specific destination in mind, and the destination had been replaced by something he had not planned, which was the definition of a changed purpose rather than an abandoned one. The Calloway bloodline's standing was not unimportant to him. It was simply in the clear light of a pre-dawn morning with the blood moon's night still present in him, less important than the thing that had replaced it. He thought about Vesper. The thought had its usual quality, the specific texture of loving someone and being unable to make the love match the shape of what they were. He had loved Vesper the way you loved the only parent available, which was to say entirely and with whatever framework you had at the time. And the framework had been built from what was offered, and what had been offered was a love that addressed the room rather than the person. It was not malice. It had never been malice. Vesper loved the Calloway name enormously, and Remy was the most effective vessel the name had ever produced, and confusing the love for the vessel with the love for the person was an error Vesper had been making for 30 years without recognizing it as an error. He had recognized it before he had the language for it. He had recognized it the way children recognize structural things without being able to name them. In the body, in the specific way the room changed when Vesper entered it, in the distinction between being greeted and being assessed. He had built his entire architecture around it, in the way you built around a thing you could not change. Not directly, not consciously, but in the gradual accumulation of rooms that all had the same floor plan, in the specific shape of every relationship he had ever had with anyone who wanted something from him. He had been useful. He had been extraordinarily useful. He had been the best at being useful that the Calloway line had ever produced. He thought about what Caspian had said in the challenge circle, voice fractured on the word need. I became someone different. I built something worth having. He thought about what Caspian had looked like standing in the center of the challenge circle at the blood moon's peak with the alpha title bleeding out behind him and asking a question that had nothing to do with the title, and the quality of that asking, which was not useful, not strategic, not building toward anything he could take back with him. Just the question asked because not asking it was no longer livable. Remy thought about what it felt like to be the answer to that question. He had filed the feeling under various incorrect categories for 32 days and had run out of categories last night. He got up. He dressed efficiently, in the working clothes that were not the formal presentation register, but were not casual either, the register of someone moving through a day with purpose and without requiring an audience. He went to the window and looked at the early light on the packed complex's outer courtyard, which was empty at this hour, the stones pale in the gray rose of the morning. Then he went to find Idris Fenn. He found him, as he had expected to find him, already in the procedural office at the far end of the administrative wing. Fenn was the kind of person who was already in the procedural office at 6 in the morning after a blood moon challenge night that had dissolved without formal resolution. This was entirely consistent. Fenn looked up when Remy knocked on the open door. His gray eyes noted Remy with the continuous inventory that never fully stopped. And then he set down the document he had been reading and said, with the careful neutral tone of a man who had spent 48 hours watching an unusual situation develop and was reserving all assessment until the relevant information was in Calloway. Come. Remy came in. He did not sit down. I'm here to file a formal withdrawal of the Calloway claim, he said. Fenn was quiet for a moment. He folded his hands on the desk in the manner of someone who had expected this and had prepared the specific patience for receiving it. The reconvened challenge calendar is not yet established. You have time to. I understand that. Remy held his gaze. I'm withdrawing now, not at the procedural deadline. Now, another pause. Fenn's expression was, as always, precisely neutral, but the gray eyes had a quality in them that Remy had learned, over 32 days, to read. The specific quality of a man who was taking careful note of something he would not express directly. The grounds, Fenn said. The formal language of the withdrawal process. Personal reconsideration of strategic objectives, Remy said. He said it with the clean efficiency of the procedural register, but he also said it plainly enough that Fenn could read the distinction between the formal language and its actual meaning if he chose to. The Calloway claim entered the challenge in service of a specific objective. That objective has been reassessed. The claim is no longer the appropriate vehicle for the reassessed objective. Fenn looked at him for a long moment. The elder block's assessment of the Calloway claim's procedural standing was positive, Fenn said. Not an argument. An observation offered in the way Fenn offered observations. Without weight, without direction, simply placed on the table for the other person to do with what they chose. I know, Remy said. I appreciate the committee's attention to it. The withdrawal, combined with the procedural flag on the Asher claim, which the committee has formally noted renders it non-viable, places the Voss claim as the sole remaining primary contender, Fenn continued. The reconvened challenge, under those circumstances, would be considerably simpler to resolve. Remy held his gaze. Yes. Fenn's expression did not change. His eyes did the thing they did when he had understood something he was not going to say out loud. I see, he said. The formal withdrawal will need to be filed in writing, Remy said. I can have the document ready within the hour. Finn opened the appropriate drawer with the practiced economy of someone who always knew which drawer contained which form. He produced the relevant paper and slid it across the desk. Remy took it. He read it. It was standard. The claim identifier, the claimant's name, the grounds of withdrawal, the required witnesses. He would need Sable as witness and anyone else Finn designated. He looked up. I can return with the signed document at 8. 8 is acceptable, Finn said. His tone was its usual careful, uninflected precision. But as Remy turned to go, he said, in the specific register he used when something was off the record but not entirely private, Calloway. Remy stopped. The challenge does not end when the claim is filed, Finn said. The PAC's political landscape will continue to require the kind of management that a well-positioned Calloway could provide, regardless of formal title. He paused. I would be sorry to see that capacity removed from this territory. It was not an invitation. It was not precisely a statement. It was the kind of thing Finn said when he had made a calculation and wanted it heard without being responsible for its consequences. Remy recognized the move. He had made similar ones himself. I don't anticipate removing it, he said. Finn's expression did not change. Good, he said, and returned to his documents. Remy walked the administrative wing back toward the east corridor. He was aware, as he walked, of the PAC beginning to wake around him. The first sounds from the kitchen, the low voices of the early risers, the specific ambient quality of a community returning to its ordinary rhythms after a night of extraordinary things. He moved through it with the Calloway register calibrated exactly to the morning, nodded at the 2 PAC members he passed near the East Junction, managed his face into the expression of someone whose situation was entirely in hand. He felt, for the first time in 32 days, that this was not performance. He went to find Sable. She was in her room, which meant she had been awake for some time, but had, in her specific wisdom, not gone looking for him, which was the kind of restraint Sable practiced when she understood that the thing a person needed was not company, but the space to arrive at their own decisions. He knocked. She opened the door. She looked at him for a moment. You're withdrawing the claim, she said. Not a question. I need a witness for the formal document. She pulled her door fully open. Comine, sit down. Tell me what happened last night at the tree line. He sat down. He told her, not in the operational debrief register, not in the assessment and analysis framing that was his usual mode of sharing significant events. He told her plainly, in the specific plainness he had been practicing more in the last 32 days than in the preceding 5 years combined. He told her about Caspian and the 5 years in Stellan and Harkin's standing order and the shape of the thing that had been between them and the full name of it, finally said. He told her about standing at the oak tree with the blood moon past its peak and the performance finally a size smaller than what it was supposed to be containing. He told her about I left because I was afraid and being seen and the thing Caspian had said. I never stopped waiting. Sable sat across from him on the room's single chair with her tea in both hands, the posture she adopted when she was listening in the full register, and she did not say, I told you so, which was one of the many reasons she was the only person in the world he said plain things to. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. The withdrawal, she said. Is it the plan? He looked at her. No, he said. Something in her face settled. Good, she said. It was one word. It contained everything she had been not saying for 32 days. The quiet and patient confidence of someone who had watched a person she loved move, slowly and against considerable resistance, toward the one real thing he had ever wanted and had known he would get there, and had been correct. He looked at his hands. The form from Finn's office was on the table between them. She's going to be furious, he said. Yes. The Calloway bloodline's standing is going to require independent management for the foreseeable future. Yes. She's going to take it as a personal repudiation of everything she built. Sable looked at him steadily. Is it? He thought about this for a moment. He thought about the answer that was most accurate. No, he said finally. It's not a repudiation. He stopped. It's a distinction between being useful and being known, between building something for the name and choosing something for yourself. He paused. She taught me everything I know about the first one. The second one I had to figure out separately. Sable set down her tea. She looked at him with the expression she had for moments that mattered. The expression that was not quite pride and not quite relief, but was something adjacent to both. The specific face of someone watching a person they loved arrive somewhere they had been worried might remain just out of reach. He knows, she said, that it was the scheme that got you here. He knows the whole of it. Yes. And Remy looked at her. He said the scheme was a door, Remy said. He didn't say that exactly, but that's what he meant. He paused. That the mechanism of how I got here doesn't determine what I do now that I'm here. Sable smiled, briefly. It was the smile she had for things she found both accurate and devastating. Are you ready for Vesper? She said. He thought about the message in his pocket 3 days ago. The warmth addressed to the room rather than to him. The double-handed clasp of someone who loved the Calloway name and could not, reliably, distinguish that love from the love for the person carrying it. He thought about the distinction he had just articulated to Sable, being useful and being known. No, he said honestly, but I'm going to do it anyway. At 8 o'clock, he returned to Finn's office with the signed withdrawal form and his witness. Finn accepted it with the procedural gravity the moment deserved. He noted the filing in the formal record. He said, in the careful passive voice he used when he wanted nothing attributed directly to him, the reconvened challenge calendar will be managed accordingly. Remy thanked him. He walked out of the administrative wing into the full morning of the pack complex. The news would move. He knew how these things moved, had cataloged the pack's communication patterns in the first 48 hours of his arrival. Which people carried information first, which factions received it at what intervals, how the Elder Block's response time typically differed from the Enforcer classes. The withdrawal would be known throughout the complex within 2 hours. By noon, every faction that had aligned with the Voss-Calloway alliance would understand what the withdrawal meant for the reconvened challenge's probable outcome. He stood in the courtyard in the morning light and let the news begin to move without him. Vesper's window was lit in the north wing. He looked at it for a moment. Then he crossed the courtyard and went to the north wing and knocked on his mother's door. She opened it with both hands ready for the clasp, which she lowered when she read his face. He came in. He sat down, which he had not done the last time. He told her what he had done. He said it plainly, without softening, in the plain register he had been practicing, because the warmth register was for rooms, and Vesper had always addressed the room, and he wanted, once, to be addressed himself. She was very still for a long moment when he finished. The bloodline, she said. The bloodline will manage, he said. I'm going to manage it. I'm still going to manage it. He held her gaze. But I'm going to do it as someone who also wants other things. Not as a vessel. As a person. Vesper looked at him with the expression of someone in the process of recalibrating against a variable that had moved significantly outside its predicted range. You're choosing him, she said. I'm choosing me, Remy said. He happens to be part of what I choose. She was quiet. The silence was not comfortable, but it was not collapsed, which was its own form of progress. Vesper Calloway was many things. She was not unintelligent. She was not incapable of understanding a thing, even when the understanding cost her something. I'm not asking for your approval, he said, more gently than he expected. I know you love me. I know the bloodline is real to you. I'm not asking you to stop being who you are. He paused. I'm asking you to let me be who I am. The silence continued for another moment. Then Vesper said, in the voice she used when she was being precise rather than warm, he's a Voss. Yes, the Voss-Calloway alliance has certain historical complications. I'm aware. The pack will have. I know what the pack will have, Remy said. I know every political implication of every relevant decision made in this territory in the last 32 days, and I have run the analysis, and I know where the pressure points are, and I know how to manage them. He met her eyes. I have always known how to manage them. You taught me. That part is not in question. She looked at him for a long moment. Your father, she said finally, which was not what he expected, used to say you were the most capable thing the Calloway line had ever produced. He meant it as a compliment. She paused. I wonder sometimes what else he meant. It was the most honest thing she had said to him in perhaps years. It arrived with the specific weight of something that had been stored somewhere inconvenient and had finally found the surface. He looked at her. The warmth in her face, always present and always addressed to the general vicinity. The careful, formal presence that was not armor in the aggressive sense, but simply the only skin she had reliably ever been comfortable in. "I know," he said. And then, because it was true and because he was practicing saying true things to their actual subjects, "I love you." That is not in question either. She was quiet for a moment. Something moved across her face that was not quite the room-addressed warmth and not quite something else, but was adjacent to something more personal than either. 3 days, she said finally. "I'll wait 3 days before I say anything to Finn's committee about the Bloodline's position." It was not an endorsement. It was a postponement. It was, from Vesper, the closest available equivalent. "Thank you," he said. He left her room. In the corridor, he walked slowly, the even deliberate pace he used when he needed to process something without its being visible. He was aware that the morning had asked a great deal of him, and that the asking was not finished, and that he was not, currently, performing any of his answers. He thought, "I withdrew the scheme without having a replacement plan." He thought, "That is possibly the most unstrategic thing I have done since I was 16 years old." He thought, "Sable asked if it was the plan, and I said no, and she said good, and I understood for the first time what good meant in that specific context." He found Sable at the East Common Space, where she had established herself with tea and the quiet competence of someone prepared for whatever the morning produced. He sat down across from her. "Vesper," she said. "She'll wait 3 days. That's something." "Yes." He looked at his coffee. "Was that the plan?" he said. She looked at him steadily. "No," he said. "It wasn't the plan." Her face did the thing it did when she found something both correct and worth noting. "Good," she said. He drank his coffee. Outside, the pack complex was fully awake now. The morning's ordinary rhythms carrying in through the common space windows, the challenge ground visible in the distance, and already being managed by whoever Finn had assigned to the physical restoration. The blood moon was gone. The sky was a flat winter white that promised cold, but no precipitation. He thought about the oak tree. He thought about Caspian waking up this morning at the pack boundary, the east-facing window, the boundary route he ran daily as proof of who he had chosen to be. He thought about what this morning was for Caspian. The title still technically pending, the procedural calendar not yet established, the 5-year ghost fully named, and the weight of the naming not yet fully settled. He thought about the letter Caspian had been writing to him for 5 years without knowing it. The 5 years of building in the direction of a gaze that was not there, building anyway, becoming the work. He thought, "I would like to be the gaze." The thought arrived with the simplicity of something that was genuinely true without being complicated. Not strategic, not useful, not building toward anything demonstrable. Just true. "I don't know how to do this," he said to Sable. She looked at him with a plain and devastating affection she aimed only at him. "You're already doing it," she said. He held his coffee and looked at the morning and thought about what it meant to want something simply because it was what you wanted, and to have made the first move toward it, and to have no map for what came after, and to be, in the absence of the map, still entirely intact. The scheme was down. He was somewhat unexpectedly fine. He finished his coffee and went to find Caspian. Chapter 24, Not Rescue. Witness. POV. Caspian. The blood moon was past its peak. It had begun its slow westward descent in the time since the revelation. The complete accounting, 5 years finally given their full shape, everything stored in the architecture of the not knowing brought out and named. The pack sounds, which had been audible from the oak tree, had quieted to something more managed, the procedural noise of a gathering that had been redirected from ceremony to aftermath. He was aware of the time that had passed. He was also aware that it was, relative to the weight of what had filled it, not very much time at all. They had not moved very much. Not toward anything and not away. Just 2 people standing at the pack boundary with the blood moon's red light on the ground between them, in the specific quiet of having said everything necessary to say and not yet knowing what came after the saying. What came after, Caspian understood, was this: the standing here. The being in the same place without the structure of a challenge or an alliance or 5 years of performed distance. The absence of the container that had held everything until it couldn't. This was what the container had been trying to hold, and this was what it felt like when the container was no longer required. Remy had not moved far from the tree. His back was still against the bark, his face tilted slightly away, and the blood moon's light was on the angle of his jaw and the silver scar at the corner of his mouth and the dark auburn warmth of his hair, which showed its warmth in direct light and had been showing it now in the red of the moon for some time. He was not performing anything. He had stopped performing some time before the revelation. What was left was the actual material of him, and the actual material was Caspian had been cataloging for 32 days the most interesting thing in any room it had ever been in. Caspian stood close to him, not touching, but no longer at the 3-foot distance of a question not fully answered. That distance had been last night's configuration. Tonight the question had been answered, and the distance had changed accordingly. "I know what Vesper is going to do tomorrow," Remy said. His voice was quiet, the working register stripped of its warmth, just the plain observation of someone stating a fact that needed acknowledging before it could be set down. "I know how the challenge procedural fallout resolves. I know which elder block members are going to have strong opinions, and what Finn is going to manage, and what it is all going to require for me." He paused. "I know all of that, and I'm not currently thinking about any of it." "What are you thinking about?" Caspian said. Remy looked at him. The hazel green eyes in the blood moon's red light, warmer than they had been in any professional or political context, warmer than they had been at any faction meeting or strategy session or cold terrace. The warmest they had been in 32 days. "About the fact that I have been standing at this tree for a significant amount of time, and I am not ready to leave it." He paused. "That is not a strategic observation. I know. It is just true. I know," Caspian said again. They were close enough that the cold was not entirely the cold. The specific warmth that two people in proximity exchanged in winter air, the exchange that was neither intimate nor its absence, but was something that had been building, without announcement, for 32 days and 5 years before them. He was aware of what he wanted. He had been aware of it with the clear-sighted precision of someone who had stopped pretending not to know his own interior, and he was not going to take it without asking. The asking was the point. What he had needed for 5 years was not to claim something, but to have something given freely, and he was not going to undo the freedom of it by reaching before the offering was made. "Caspian," Remy said. He looked at him. "I need you to stop being careful," Remy said. The voice stripped all the way to its actual material. The person who had been in every room he'd ever entered and had been tired of all of them until this specific territory, this specific pack, this specific 5 years of absence, and this specific 32 days of returning. "I'm not made of something that requires that much careful." Caspian looked at him for a long moment. Then he moved forward and touched Remy's jaw with one hand, the way he touched things when he was thinking, table edges, door frames, his own knuckles. Deliberately, with the full weight of his attention. Remy went very still. Not the threatened stillness, the precise and controlled response to danger. The other kind, the stillness of someone receiving something they had not been certain they would allow themselves to receive, turning it over, deciding. He decided. He turned his face into the touch, and his expression was the most unguarded Caspian had ever seen on it. Not the performed warmth, and not the grief, and not the working register. The actual person. The man who had been the most interesting person in every room he'd ever walked into and was tired of it, who had not been witnessed in a very long time and had almost convinced himself he didn't miss it. He had missed it. Caspian kissed him, not the beginning of something, the completion of something that had been in the air between them since the shake of hands at the first faction meeting and the 5-year pause before Remy smiled, building through every cold terrace conversation and challenge ground fire and corridor passage in the easy quiet that had developed between them. The completion had its own weight, its own gravity, nothing performed in it, nothing asked of it except that it be what it was. Remy kissed him back with both hands, finding the lapels of his jacket. Not gripping, just the specific warmth of contact made deliberately. The hands that never fidgeted had finally found something to do with their stillness. They stayed there, present and unhurried, with the blood moon above them and the cold around them and no particular requirement to be anywhere else. When they separated, they were still close enough that the cold between them had been entirely replaced. Remy's expression was a thing Caspian had no previous record of. Something new. The face of a person who had set down the last of the things he had been carrying and had found that his hands, empty, knew exactly what they wanted to do with themselves. There was something that needed to be finished first, Remy said quietly. Yes. Is it finished? Caspian held his gaze. Not quite. He needed to say it. He had been holding it since the challenge circle, since the question that had fractured on need, since the long walk through the dark to this tree line. It needed to come out in the right form. Not the raw, uncontained form of the challenge circle, but the form it had been building toward across 5 years of knowing and not saying. I need to ask you something, Caspian said. Remy released his lapels. He stood against the oak bark with his arms at his sides, and his face open in the specific way it was open when he had stopped deciding what to show and was simply present, all of him in the same room as all of himself. All right, he said. Not as the Alpha Challenge. Not as pack law. Not as anything that requires a performance. Caspian held Remy's gaze with the full, even attention that had been, from the beginning, the thing Remy had no defense against because it asked for nothing from what it found. Do you want to be here? Not strategically. Not as a scheme. Do you actually want this? Whatever this is. The blood moon turned above them. The old oak was old enough to be indifferent to the things humans and wolves brought to its roots. Remy was quiet for a long moment. I've been running schemes since I was 16 years old, he said. His voice was the quiet plain register, stripped of everything that wasn't true. I know how to want things that are useful. I know how to want things that protect me. He looked down at his hands briefly, then back up. Steady, as they always were. The steadiness that had taken work and had become real through the working. I don't know how to want something that's just true. I haven't done it in long enough that I'm not sure I remember the mechanics. That's not a no, Caspian said. No, Remy agreed quietly. It's not. Then we figure out the mechanics. Just like that. Just like that. Caspian tilted his head slightly. I'm not rescuing you. I'm not. I don't want to save you from anything. I just want to be in the same place as you and not have either of us pretend it's something other than what it is. Remy looked at him for a long time. The scheming socialite setting down his pieces. Not gone. That part of him was built and real and genuinely his, and Caspian was not asking for its absence. Just for the person underneath to exist at the same time. To be seen. To stay seen. 5 years, Remy said. And that's what you came up with. I had a lot of time to think. Something moved in Remy's expression. The Real laugh arrived before he managed it away, which he did not manage away. The brief true sound that had nothing performed in it. It remained in the cold air between them, small and real, and Caspian held it the way he held everything that arrived from Remy without a performance attached. All right, Remy said. Caspian looked at him. All right, Remy said again, with the specific quality of a person who had made a decision and had found, in the making, that the ground was exactly where it had been. Still there, still solid, requiring no extraordinary act of faith to stand on. He moved forward into the space between them, and Caspian's hand came to the back of his neck, and they stayed there in the blood moon's late light with the cold around them, and nothing asked of the moment except that it be what it was. A footstep at the edge of the tree line. Stellan. He stood at the tree line's edge for a moment, reading the scene with the particular precision of someone who loved 2 people and had made a choice that had cost all 3 of them and was, as of Monday afternoon in the West Common space, accounting for it differently than he had been for the previous 5 years. His face was composed. It would probably always be composed. That was Stellan's particular configuration, feeling enormous things with perfect outward calm. The pack is asking, he said. A pause. With the fraction of informality he allowed himself in the specific register of speaking to his brother at the end of the most significant night either of them would have for some time. Tell them to wait. Caspian looked at him. Stellan looked at Remy. Something moved between them. Not forgiveness exactly. Not yet. That was a longer process, and all 3 of them understood this, and no one was asking for the shorter version. but the beginning of the conversation that would lead there if all three of them were willing, and none of the three of them had recently demonstrated a deficit of willingness to say the true thing plainly. "I told him," Stellan said to Remy. His voice was even in the way it got when it was doing the actual work of precision rather than the performance of composure. "And I told myself it was only for his protection." A pause. "I want you to know that I know it wasn't only that." Remy was quiet for a moment. "I know," he said. "It doesn't make it right." "No." A pause. The full complexity of someone who had always been able to hold two truths without requiring either to cancel the other. "But it makes it human." Stella nodded once. Something in his face resolved, in the way of someone receiving something they had not been certain they deserved. The specific quality of grace extended from the person you had given the least cause to extend it. He looked at Caspian, then really looked the way people rarely allowed themselves to look at the people they loved fully without the management of it. Something in his face was the thing that loving someone well sometimes produced. The clean ache of it, the fullness, the hurt of genuine regard. "I'll tell them you'll be in shortly," he said, and he walked back toward the fire. Caspian watched his brother's outline dissolve into the dark, the footsteps receding, the sound of the pack at a managed distance. He looked at the direction Stellan had gone for a moment, holding the weight of the last 5 years of his brother's particular complexity and the specific love that coexisted with it. Not simpler for being known, but more honest. He turned back. Remy was looking at the direction Stellan had gone with an expression that was not closed and not open, but was in process, which was the accurate form for things that required time. Not forgiving, not unforgiven. Somewhere on the road between, which was a real place, and the only place you could honestly occupy when you were moving in the right direction without being finished with the moving. "He'll be all right," Remy said, quietly. "Yes," Caspian said. "He will. And you." Caspian looked at him, thought about 5 years in the West Common Space on Monday and the specific weight of being told a complicated truth about someone you loved and holding it without requiring it to be simple. "Yes." Remy looked at him for a long moment, and the expression on his face was the one Caspian had been cataloging for 32 days without allowing himself to name. The one that was warmer than the working register and more direct than the performed warmth, and was the thing underneath everything. The actual person, the man who had stopped being witnessed so gradually he had almost convinced himself he was fine without it. He had not been fine without it. They sat together at the base of the old oak, Remy in the hollow where the bark curved inward, Caspian beside him, which was exactly the right amount of space for two people who had decided, without fanfare, to stop maintaining a careful distance. The bark was rough. The cold was complete. Remy's shoulder was warm against his in the specific way of something that had been made to press against this particular shoulder and had simply, finally, arrived. Neither of them said anything for some time. The blood moon finished setting. The pack, gathered around a dying fire at the challenge ground's edge, heard nothing from the tree line for another hour. They had the wisdom, collectively, to leave them alone. Chapter 25. The pack remembers different things. POV, Remy. 1 week later, Remy Calloway ran. He had not run for years. He had walked and managed and positioned and been precisely wherever he intended to be, but running was a different category. It was the thing you did when you were not doing something else, when a morning was simply the morning and not a strategic problem requiring a solution, when the point was the body moving and the feet finding the ground and no particular destination except the one built into the route itself. He was on the 3rd mile of the pack's east boundary route. The morning was the specific cold of the week after a blood moon, when the temperature had settled into its winter register without the ceremonial charge of what had preceded it. The sky above the ridge was the pale silver white of early light before the sun committed to arriving, the kind of morning that belonged to the hours before other people were awake. His breath clouded. The ground was firm and dry and good for running. The old-growth tree line was dark on his left, the ridge's open ground on his right, the boundary markers appearing at intervals. He had been thinking about the route. He had been thinking about the route since the morning after the oak tree, when he had woken before the pack and lain in the early dark and thought about what it would be to know, not abstractly, but in the body, the specific territory that Caspian moved through every morning as a proof of who he had chosen to be. He had known about the route for weeks. He had filed it under observational data, as he filed most things, the pattern of it, the timing, the east and north arc that returned through the old growth corridor, the daily practice of it. The filing had been correct. It had also been incomplete. On the 5th day after the blood moon, he had woken early and run the route. He had not told Caspian, not because it was secret, but because he had wanted to find the route first without an audience, to understand it before he arrived in it with someone watching. He had run it in the dark, in the specific cold of that morning, and had understood halfway through the second mile what he had not understood from the filing, that the route was not primarily about discipline. It was about continuity. It was the daily proof, laid into the ground by repetition, that the person who had chosen this was still choosing it, that the 5 years were still the right 5 years, that the work was still the work. He had run it 4 more times. This was the 5th. He turned north at the ridge junction and found the pace, the specific pace of someone who had been learning a route that was not theirs and was in the process of making it familiar. His legs knew it now, not with Caspian's 5 years of knowledge, but with 6 mornings of practice, which was enough to be past the stage of thinking about where to step next. He thought about the week. The week had been, in its practical dimension, exactly what he had predicted it would be: consequential, managed, requiring significant attention. Fenn had published the Reconvene Challenge calendar on day 3. The procedural structure was cleaner than the original. One claimant, no formal counterclaims, the elder block's assessment of Caspian's record complete and positive. The challenge itself would be a formality, which was both accurate and, in Fenn's careful framing, a compliment. A formality because the work had made it one, because 5 years of genuine transformation required no additional demonstration, because the pack had watched and had decided. The procedural note on Callum's record stood. Callum had, in the week since the blood moon, been conspicuously quiet. Not gone. Quiet in the way of someone reassessing a position they had been certain about and finding the certainty somewhat less load-bearing than expected. Remy had watched this from a careful distance and thought, it takes time to understand you've been arguing for the wrong thing. He would know. He had spent 5 years on an argument that had also been the wrong argument, dressed in sufficient justification that the wrongness had been invisible from the inside. Vesper had been in the territory for 2 more days. Her final conversation with Remy had been brief. She had looked at him with a recalibrating expression, said nothing about Caspian directly, and then said, with the careful warmth addressed to the general vicinity, "You look well." He had said thank you and had meant it, because he did look well, and the reason he looked well was not something she would find easy to understand, but the looking well itself was at least legible to her, and he had taken that as a starting point. She had returned to the Calloway territories with the particular dignity of someone postponing a conversation rather than abandoning it. He had watched her go with the specific love and the specific complicated grief of understanding that the mother wound did not resolve. It simply became something you carried differently. Not in the architecture of everything you built, but in the honest awareness of where the weight had come from. He thought about what it meant to carry something differently. He was at the east turn where the tree line broke and the territory opened onto the pack's long eastern flank, the ground running flat and cold into the distance, the first light beginning to find the edges of the sky. He heard footsteps behind him. He did not turn immediately. He knew the footsteps, had cataloged them over the past week with the involuntary accuracy of someone who was no longer trying. Not to pay attention, the pace, the specific weight of them, the unhurried steadiness. He slowed. Caspian came up beside him. They ran together for a moment in silence, the easy silence that had developed between them, the one that no longer required management. The route continued east along the open ground, the ridge visible to the right, the tree line to the left, the cold morning doing its ordinary work around them. "You're early," Caspian said. He had said this 3 times in the past 6 mornings, each time with a specific expression that was not quite surprise and was not quite the opposite. The expression of someone accounting for a new variable that had appeared in the routine and had been, in the accounting, pleasantly disruptive. I had a lot of time to think, Remy said. He had said this the first morning and had meant it as an explanation, that the early waking was the old habit of the early riser who had learned to think before the rooms filled, that the route had given the thinking a direction, that both were true. He said it again now, because it was still true, and because the repetition of it had, over 6 mornings, acquired the quality of something private and understood without elaboration. Caspian looked at him, the amber eyes in the early light, the scar through the left eyebrow, the easy lean, even when running, or not lean exactly, but the settled quality of someone who was entirely where they had chosen to be and required nothing from the being there except to continue. Something shifted in his expression, the quiet, unmanaged smile. Not the brief, dry humor that surfaced at inappropriate moments, not the warmth of something performed, but the actual thing, the smile that belonged to no one performing anything, that arrived when he was genuinely at ease and unguarded and had nothing to prove to anyone present. Remy had been cataloging it. He had told Sable this 2 days ago, with the specific plainness of someone who had stopped keeping the plain things only for Sable and had decided they were also allowable in other registers. He had said, "I've been cataloging the way he smiles when he's not managing anything, and this is the most idiotic thing I've said in recent memory, and I'm apparently doing it anyway." Sable had looked at him and said, with the devastatingly pleasant tone she reserved for accurate and significant observations, "Welcome back." He had understood what she meant. They ran. The route continued north along the ridge, the old-growth corridor appearing on the left, the ground rising slightly with the terrain's natural incline. The pack was somewhere behind them, beginning its morning. The early kitchen sounds, the first voices, the ordinary rhythms of a community that had absorbed the extraordinary and had returned, with its collective practical intelligence, to the business of being itself. He thought about the pack. The pack remembered different things. He had understood this during the week, that the Blood Moon Challenge dissolved mid-circle and followed by a formal withdrawal was a significant thing and had been absorbed as such, but the pack's memory was a layered thing, and what different parts of it remembered was not uniform. The elder block remembered a procedural night and a reconvened calendar and the clear ascendancy of a Voss claim with an impeccable record. The younger pack members who had been watching from the outer edge of the challenge ground remembered the question Caspian had asked. The voice fracturing on need, the step forward, the full weight of it, with the specific quality of people who had seen something real happen and would carry it differently than something performed. Fenn, who remembered everything with perfect institutional clarity, had said nothing directly about any of it and had not needed to. The Voss-Calloway alliance was, technically, no longer a formal alliance. The Calloway claim had been withdrawn. The political positioning had concluded. The territory they had been sharing for 32 days was still shared, and the reason it was still shared was not on any official record. Remy found that he did not mind this. He had spent his life in rooms, reading the official records and the unofficial ones, and the ones that existed only in the spaces between what people said and what they meant. He had built things in those spaces, had used the gaps between the record and the reality with the precision of someone who understood that the gap was where everything actually happened. He was currently living in one of those gaps. He found, when he looked at it directly rather than from the operational angle, that the gap was exactly the right size for what it contained. It did not require a record. It did not require announcement. It required, in its present form, only the people inside it. This was, he supposed, the actual definition of something real. They reached the north turn. The ridge fell away on the right, the view opening into the pack's longer northern territory, the tree line thick and dark, the sky continuing to lighten from silver to the pale gold that preceded the sun's actual arrival. The ground here was softer with leaf fall, the footsteps quieter. Remy's breathing was even. His body had found a route's rhythm, the specific economy of a pace maintained over distance, and he was not thinking about the next step. He was thinking about the morning. He was thinking about how different it was from a morning 5 weeks ago when he had arrived in this territory with Sable and mapped the room and cataloged every person in it before he sat down. He had known that morning exactly what he was doing and where he was going and what he intended to come away with. He had been precise and prepared and operating exactly within his capabilities. He had been completely wrong about almost everything that mattered. He thought about what Sable had said. The morning of the withdrawal, you're already doing it. He had been doing it without calling it that, wanting something true without a framework for the wanting, without an exit route or a strategy or a board with pieces on it. Just the thing itself, in its actual form, with both of its eyes open. He was still doing it. He thought this was probably what the mechanics felt like. The formal challenge is in 9 days, Caspian said. I know. The procedural structure is. I know the procedural structure. He glanced over. I read the calendar. Caspian looked at him with the expression he had when he was about to say something with the specific quality of dry humor that surfaced at entirely inappropriate moments. Were you planning to attend? I was planning, Remy said, to be wherever you need me to be and know where I'm not needed, and to manage my mother's political positioning from a reasonable distance, and to consult with Finn about the Calloway bloodline's relationship to the new Alpha's administration in a way that serves both parties. He paused, and to run this route every morning for the foreseeable future, which is not a political move. Caspian was quiet for a moment. No, he said, it's not. They ran the remaining length of the northern section in the quiet that was not the absence of communication, but its own form of it, the specific language of two people who had figured out, over 32 days and a blood moon and a blood moon's aftermath, that the quiet between them was not empty. The old growth corridor arrived on their left, the return section of the route, the familiar stretch that had been Caspian's alone for 5 years and was, as of 6 mornings ago, no longer entirely that. Remy did not think this was a small thing. He thought it was actually the whole point, not the challenge or the title or the Calloway, standing, or the political architecture of any of it. This, the morning and the route and the specific quality of running beside someone who was steady in the way that genuinely steady things were, not performed, not requiring demonstration, simply the condition. The person who had looked at what was actually there and had, for 5 years in the absence of the object and 32 days in its presence, not stopped looking. He thought about the oak tree. He thought, I'm not rescuing you. I just want to be in the same place as you. He had said all right. He was here. The pack boundary came into view ahead, the complex's east face catching the first full light of the morning, the pack's ordinary sounds carrying in from the communal areas. The route's end was 200 yards out. Caspian slowed. Remy slowed with him. They came to a stop at the boundary markers, breathing in the cold, the morning fully committed now to being morning, the pale gold of the first light on everything. Behind them, the 5 miles of the route. Ahead, the pack's day beginning its ordinary work. Caspian looked at him. The smile was there again. The quiet, real, unmanaged one. The one that Remy had been cataloging and had apparently been catastrophically wrong about being able to remain objective in the cataloging of, which was itself a form of information he had long since stopped filing under incorrect categories. He looked at the amber eyes in the morning light and thought, here, after 5 years of being the person who walked away from real things because the real things were dangerous, here was the pack boundary in the morning, and the man who had built 5 years in this territory, and the route that was now also his, and the quiet that was not empty. Good morning, Remy said. Caspian smile did the thing it did. Good morning, he said. They walked back toward the complex side by side, in the easy quiet of two people who were in the same place, and not pretending it was anything other than what it was. Behind them, the pack's east boundary in the winter dawn. Not the opening image. Not a man alone at a boundary in the early dark, running like something was chasing him. 2 people, the same dawn, the same ground, neither of them running from anything. The truce had never been the point. What was beneath it always was.